live again, wife. Hello, anybody watching? How are you? I hope people are ready to learn, ready to get pissed, and ready to do something about it. Hello, everybody out there. How's my audio? Sound good? Hey, baby, we're doing this again.
Yay!
Back on the interwebs, trying to save everybody's everything.
We're trying to save our own things too. Let's not forget.
Oh,
we
yeah.
want to make it seem like we're trying to be freaking superheroes.
Well, there's definitely a selfish part of this. It's our survival.
You want to put the paint up, Microsoft Paint?
Alrighty.
Weed paint. See if it comes up. I don't know if we should just start it, because nobody said anything, so it might be a bot. I don't know how any of that works. Should we just wait until 9 o'clock?
Yeah, I think we should wait till 9 o'clock. You want to doodle.
That mic is going crazy. It went all the way up into the red. Lower the music. And lower the mic a little bit, maybe, I think.
Even though I'm pretty quiet.
You're not, you're going in the red. Just a tiny titty bit. Maybe the music go a little bit more and then I'll see how it is.
Okay, baby. I really need to work at this audio thing. Yeah, that sounded decent.
there's 3 viewers on Kick. So I'm hoping that one of them would like to say hi, or somebody would like to say hi, so we know something. But if not, that's fine. I can't force anybody to do anything, because that kind of defeats the purpose of what we're doing. But it would be nice to get a sense of, you know, who, what, where, why, how.
We know when, because it's now, so don't need to ask that one.
Well, we do have to ask that one, because of the by-die chart. There's lots of present and past, so, you know, if somebody says something about their present, we can understand their insides and outsides.
I shouldn't block off questions like that.
Don't block off any questions. So, do you want to put the paint thing up, or are you still working on the kicks? You can look on either side of these. Let's see. I'll just put make a little heart. Ooh, I'll go like this. Hello. Here is a heart for you. And I'm gonna fill it
with blood.
With love.
Oh, that's right, with love.
With love.
Oh, love.
That's like period blood. It's love blood. Because you make babies with... That's gross. Is that even something that we should say? Jeebus. Well, it's 8:50. Should we...
I think we could get into this.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Please help me, because
I'm kind of excited, ready to go. I'm digging that you get to do some writing and some drawing. So that's kind of your thing, especially the writing part.
Yeah. Yeah.
We don't play with the tablet too much.
No, we haven't played with the tablet in forever. It's been boxed up. Okay, so we have to start with the science of human being, right?
Yeah.
Because there is a chart, a graph, a diagram that we have developed that exists in... I always corner myself. It exists in 2D space, it exists in 3D space, it exists in 4D space. The 2D space is the drawing. Oh, crap. There we go. The drawing of the representation of it. We can put it in 3D space also if we had a better program. But in 3D space, it is the motion of people in time. Does that make sense?
Their actions, their value systems, all that stuff.
Thoughts, where they are in respect to where they were, where they're gonna be. This is hard, talking to people that aren't just you. And exists in a 4D space because this is a system that is constantly in motion, that isn't just what it is. If you watch a representation of an electron, it's showing a literal motion that the electron is taking. With this, it's a little more complicated than that, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it's
because
definitely more complicated.
We move in multiple directions at the same time.
Not only do we move through the physical dimension, length, width, depth.
We exist in our mind.
We exist in our mind. We travel through. We go through time. Time passes through us, so.
Yeah. Time does pass through us.
And it affects us in different ways.
So we'll start from the center, right? This is the self. And this self is gonna be Winston, right?
Yeah.
Because we're talking about Winston. This isn't just everybody and anybody. So we'll put a W. This is Winston, existing in the book, 1984. He has inside dialogue that we get to know, but that inside only comes out when he talks or acts in the outside world. He may think of, he thinks of, for example, he thinks of Julia, but then thinks about hating her, and then when he interacts with her on the outside world, sometimes he interacts like he hates her, sometimes he interacts like he doesn't hate her. So there's conflict there, so there's two spots for that conflict to exist. Then he exists, because we all exist, in that we have a memory of the past. And all this past is people past. It's everything that we learn from people. It's everything that we as a person remember and let influence us before... It's hard to do two things at once.
So,
before it gets... Ooh, what's that? I'm trying to do?
before it gets defined, it gets narrowed, focused.
Before it gets narrowed and focused. Say in the past you're bombarded with stories about Abraham Lincoln. He chopped down a cherry tree in 18 whatever. He had a hat. He this, that, and it's just adding so much into here without narrowing it how it... Those are terrible freaking lines. Before it gets narrowed down to how it affects the self. It doesn't matter what Abraham Lincoln did on this day or that day or that day.
And who cares if it was Tuesday?
The overall how he influenced the individual is what matters. All of this is just taking up space that inside and outside could have for itself. The reason being, let me delete all of this stuff. All the scribbly lines. Okay. So there's also people present. So with these past and presents, there is an assumption of time. Time is something that controls... Does that move when I do that? Ooh, I can also do this. And then you can see where I'm pointing. This whole system is ruled by our existence. We exist in time, and time moves this way. There's also time moving this way. We were talking about how the future is kind of a stronger force than the present, because to have the future not happen takes a lot of energy.
Yeah.
So we got the
all matter would have to be obliterated for there to not be a future, because you have to go from something
to nothing. Yeah. So as long as there's something, this future has
an influence pushing back.
Yeah. Look at
on
this.
our
It's
present.
yellow. So there's a force going this way, and then this whole system is a force going through the future and defining the future. But the fact that the future is there, and like time, doesn't matter what the fuck you're doing with time. It matters that you are existing in time. breaking things down to their fundamental things before. You're distracting me. Sorry, were you looking at your Twitter stuff? So there's also the self. The self is something different than anything else. It's different than animals. It's different because we have so much control over these two. Would they be called axes?
Well, the axis would be like a separating line. So in this, you kind of have two axes if they go through the middle.
Okay. These spaces only have so much room. We'll find out in Winston's case, the more that there are people in his present influencing him, it will influence his inside and his outside. He can't make his own decisions because he doesn't have the ability to take the people past and the people present and recycle it. To know who the self is, to know who everybody is around him. He just knows, like with O'Brien, if I tell you I can fly, I can fly. If he can't fight against that, his outside is smaller. If he says, yes, O'Brien, I love you, you can fly, his inside gets smaller and his outside gets smaller. Because the people present, the people in the present and the people in the past are defining him instead of him being able to define himself.
Yeah, he doesn't get to shape the self, the blue thing in the middle.
Defining yourself is not just making up whatever you want.
It's not your feelings alone.
This chart, this diagram, measures selfishness just as much as the control someone has on them, because selfishness comes from the influence of the outside world,
particularly on your survival, right?
Well, when your survival is in jeopardy, the people present say is also like advertisements. I gotta have that burger. I gotta have it's things coming into you saying this is you. This is a part of your life. You know how you take pills. You know how this. You know how that.
Oh yeah, Nexium. Ask your doctor.
This is how you should. Sorry, was there something? This is how you should exist as yourself, existing as us. In the people past, there's things like culture and religion, which is the same as here. Culture, religion, it's people defining what makes you you. But what really makes us is time, is the order of its creation. For example, if creation defines us, then our ability to create defines us. You make babies with your sperm, I make babies with my eggs. There's also the natural order of the universe. That is gravity. That's things existing as on by dipoles. I'm trying to figure out ways to not use my own words, but they don't have words for this stuff. It's only the meaning. I feel like I gotta stuff so much in, and I don't know how much people want to know about anything, and it's really hard. People past and the people present are always reflections of each other, just like, what are they called? Denominators?
At the bottom parts of fractions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
because it's a whole. So with this, it would be like 1-1 or 13/13ths, you know?
Yeah.
And they're only smaller once these poles get smaller. All of these are poles. So, oops. Ooh, is that back? No. Dang. How many buttons are on this? Doesn't matter. This is people present, PPR, and inside. This is inside and people past. This is people present and outside. This is inside or outside and people past. Both of all four of these things go in a direction because there is a force, a magnetism, and energy that pivots them. So the more you are in control of your outside, the less other people are control of your outside. For example, the language that you use. If everybody's telling you what words you can and can't use, your outside gets smaller instead of taking up more space than... No, that's not how to say it. Instead of taking space that is rightfully yours.
Yeah, they're taking things from you. They're seizing control of your words.
And they seize control of your past in many ways. Because you grew up in this, and you grew up in Brooklyn, so I expect that you have these certain traits. And it slows you down. Everything that from the past slows you down. So much of that you don't need. You research it to find the culmination of what all of it means, and then you let it go and know exactly how to get to... Let's see if should I start a new one?
Yeah, go ahead, just start a new one. Why?
Or is that...
File, new.
Will it... it won't open a bunch of them at the same time, so I'll just start erasing.
Okay.
That's fine. Where's the eraser? Over here and over here. Everything from the past bogs us down because there is a lot of emotion that comes from the past that infects the present. If there's so much hate, say Israel and Palestine, that feud has gone on for thousands of years. What happens when a husband and wife has a feud for thousands of years? Why are there people who hold on to something that they both did wrong in the past? Because the past is always wrong. The past is always more wrong than the present if a person isn't taking into account the information learned and knowing what direction, what spin to have.
If it's not getting better, then there's definitely a mistake.
Mm-hmm. If you're not getting better, then what are you getting? The same, or I would say worse.
And if you don't know what direction it is, but at least you know that it's not in a better direction.
Mm-hmm.
So that gives you a point to start.
And there's a lot of information to gain from doing the thing better in the present than was done in the past. That's what extends these lines that I'm erasing. Ideally, this is what...
Winston doesn't know math now. You erase some blue.
Oh no. Oh no, his brain. This is Winston. From what we remember, I could have just drawn a better line. This is Winston. because he has a very narrow sense of self. He knows where he was, he knows that things are changing, but he doesn't know how to take more control, and he doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know what's best for him because thinking is a crime. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
You talked about what's good. I was gonna bring up. He doesn't know what's bad.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't know what's bad. He doesn't know how to write anything else.
But down with Big Brother or whatever.
Down with Big Brother.
So that's... And this is also, we have to take into account that time is still going this way. So if something is going in this direction, up, I should have used a different... If time moves in that direction, there's a force pushing you in that direction. So if you are this shape, what are the influences, what are the forces of the past, and how is it influencing this part of you moving into the present? It's knocking you around, and your rotation in the universe and the 4D space of thought and physicalness. I don't know why looking at you always fucking distracts me, especially when we do these freaking streams. Tailspin, right? If time moves up, and time is the most powerful force in the universe because it took time for things to happen, for planets to happen, and suns to happen, and the energy to happen. Follow back. Can't wait for the weed to kick in. You have no control over what spin you're taking in to the future. There is an obvious negative and positive charge to every single individual. If you take bad in and put bad out, if you take bad in and put good out, it's all kind of, it relies on the self. So it's your emotions. It's your how you feel, how you make other people feel.
You know those memes with the I'm chaotic neutral and stuff like.
Yeah.
This is the real manifestation of that.
Yeah. So if Winston is this way, and this means that this thing can go blah 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 and blah 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 blah, and he doesn't know where he's going. He doesn't have control because all of this has control. Ideally, how far can I go? Whoops.
Oh, you lost part of Winston again.
Oh. But we gotta lose this because the ideal situation, which we will find once we start putting putting things in here, that it's aerodynamics in a different dimension, in the people dimension. Ideally, we would look like this because we're moving against the future and with time, with present time. The aerodynamics of this dimension, if you have all of the space on the outside and the inside, it's all for you. That's more power for you to control your spin in the future. If you're the other way around, you're too side heavy. Instead of going, pinpointing missile strike directly into time.
Yeah, cutting through time, not having resistance.
Yeah, the present, and the past gives you a resistance and
You would like to lower that resistance.
potentially kill you, because in the people present, the people past is mostly freaking violence. It's the hatred of other countries, it's the wars, it's the conquering, it's the, ooh, look at all the shiny things we created, and oh, look at all the mistakes we made, but look how great it's working out now, even though mistakes are still being made. It's all that chaos that keeps us...
to wars.
Huh?
A museum to wars. You know, lots of countries and stuff have it. That seems freaking ridiculous.
In 1843, the Turks fucking blah, 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 blah. It doesn't matter. People gain power from that stuff. And that power is useless because there is a place that we travel if we have the right shape. And it's apparent by understanding the self's inside and understanding the self's outside. And having that control so that maybe even this gets a little bigger. We were talking about maybe it oscillates, or maybe it just gets bigger and denser because now there's more mass, or more figurative mass, I guess. Maybe we should start reading and
then we'll do an example at some point. We'll talk about filling things out.
We're gonna start filling this out. So how do I erase this so that it's the best thing? Whoops. Okay, so I'll just I'll just erase the whole freaking thing. I could really use a drink before we go, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah,
I'll erase this stuff. Maybe some more milk. Ooh.
Is this a be right back situation, or?
No. Because I'm gonna erase this and talk about an example, because I want milk, right? The problem with milk... Ooh, can I do that easily while I'm panicking right now? I'm not really sure. Because I don't know the audience, I don't know who's listening, I don't know who will be listening. And language is a very complicated thing, is it not, husband?
Very complicated. I'm a retard.
You're not.
I am not careful enough with my words because I haven't practiced being careful enough with my words.
Words and actions are very closely combined, husband. No one gets to have the language if they don't have the outside. And that's a big reason why Winston doesn't have language. That's why his neighbor wakes up and says, "Down with Big Brother," because he doesn't have the outside force to be able to say the thing that he knows to be true in his head. I don't know if that makes sense. Let's give Winston a nicer circle. This is practice. Ooh. Can we move that? Yeah, about the center. About center. Thank you, husband. Bloop. Maybe one day we'll be able to figure out how to have multiple of these charts for maybe Julia as well. For O'Brien.
Might have to switch over to Photoshop for that, because it'll do tabs.
Oh yeah, I would love some tabs.
Or maybe I can fiddle with the toolbars and stuff to just get what we need.
Yeah, whoops.
You made a nicer circle.
Wait, here's a circle, and here's another circle, and then these both circle. No, I'm sorry. This is supposed to be serious. People
may or may not draw wieners on the internet.
No guarantee.
Is that not an effect of the people present on the self?
How so?
Because people do that on the internet and we see it and we can relate because
We do it?
we just did it.
Yeah. Relating is a force that keeps things together, which is sometimes a good thing and sometimes a bad thing. It depends if it's helping you or hindering you, really. All of this, the object of the game is to go forward in time the best way. If you're human, when you're human, as you're being human, the best thing to do is to go forward in time well. That means you survive. That means there is no hate. That means it's being able to have the easiest path of least resistance without giving up your soul. Because that's you. If you don't have any resistance because you don't have a self, then you're helping other people not have a self. That's all you are. And then I'm trying to write this better. People per. That's for us. You can start and I'll. Maybe I'll.
Yeah, I'll get reading while you fix the bi-dipole diagram.
Bi-diagram.
Bi-diagram. Alright, this is George Orwell, 1984, Chapter 1. It was a bright, cold day in April, and the clocks were striking 13. Winston Smith, his chin nuzzled into his breast in an effort to escape the vile wind, slipped quickly through the glass doors of Victory Mansions, though not quickly enough to prevent a swirl of gritty dust from entering along with him. The hallway smelt of boiled cabbage and old mats.
It's interesting that they say he couldn't keep the force of the wind outside while he was going inside. It's almost like...
Oh, the forces.
Mm-hmm.
At one end of it, a colored poster, too large for indoor display, had been tacked to the wall. It depicted simply an enormous face, more than a meter wide, the face of a man about 45 with a heavy black mustache and ruggedly handsome features. Winston made for the stairs. It was no use trying the lift. Even at the best of times, it was seldom working, and the electric current was cut off during daylight hours. It was part of the economy drive in preparation for Hate Week. The flat was 7 flights up, and Winston, who was 39 and had a varicose ulcer above his right ankle, went slowly, resting several times on the way. On each landing, opposite the lift shaft, the poster with the enormous face gazed from the wall. It was one of those pictures which are so contrived that the eye follows you when you move. Big Brother is watching you, the caption beneath it ran. Inside the flat, a fruity voice was reading out a list of figures which had something to do with the production of pig iron. The voice came from an oblong metal plaque, like a dulled mirror which formed a part of the surface of the right-handed wall. Winston turned...
Where is this, TV screen? Or where's the screen?
It's a poster.
It's a poster in his apartment.
Oh, I don't think where. The voice came from a metal plaque.
Oh, and it's speaking to him. It's the news talking about pig iron and stuff.
Yeah.
I think if we go back, there's a lot of things that are influencing him.
All right.
Can you, I guess, just start reading again and I'll point them out? Or you can point them out?
You want me to start over?
Yeah.
Okay. It was a bright, cold day in April, and the clocks were striking 13. Winston Smith, his chin nuzzled into his breast in an effort to escape the vile wind, slipped quickly through the glass doors of Victory Mansions, though not quickly enough to prevent a swirl of gritty dust from entering along with him. The hallway smelt of boiled cabbage and old mats.
They call it, how do you spell mansion?
MANSIONS.
Jesus Christ. Let me back that up. Mansion. They're calling his house a mansion. And because we've read this before, we know that it's not a mansion. When we say mansion, that's a big place that is yours, that has all the luxuries of life.
An apartment cannot be a mansion.
Well, how do you define mansion? We have an idea on our insides that we say outside, but they're not all the same. So when they're not all the same, the people present and the people past gets broader. Like, a mansion means this, a boy means this, a girl means this, you know? Just taking words that have meaning and giving it less meaning so it has a broader scope of definition. You know?
Yeah. At one end of it, a colored poster, too large for indoor display, had been tacked to the wall. It depicted simply an enormous face, more than a meter wide, the face of a man about 45 with a heavy black mustache and ruggedly handsome features. Winston made for the stairs. It was no use trying the lift. Even at the best of times, it was seldom working. And at the present...
so in the mansion, the lift don't work.
Yeah.
Lift broken. And it doesn't have energy, right? Because the energy is being saved for the 2-minute hate.
Yeah,
right?
For hate week.
For hate week. Hate week. And this hate is something that Big Brother, this is to hate an enemy that everybody is supposed to share. It's a ghost of an idea that takes up a whole bunch of this space. You don't have your space to hate what you want. What you should hate is the thing that hurts you, that prevents you from going forward in time. Nodding at me. We're doing live stuff.
Yeah.
And then hate week, of course, is just going to get bigger and bigger because this self is everybody's self. Hate week. Hate. Everybody's hate is telling you what to hate and telling you how to express that hate. Telling you when to take that hate to the outside.
And that's kind of an enormous number.
Yeah, because it's everyone.
Yeah, it's everybody.
He just has like a tiny sliver, and probably to do with his physical pain, because the person who's telling him to hate and the person who has told him to hate in the past, it's only getting stronger. But these people aren't giving him what he needs to not be in pain. So if a thing is controlling you but not protecting you, source being a parent or being born of parents where you need that protection. If they're telling you how to hate, we can even use our own examples. If our parents tell us how to hate because they're from Israel or Palestine, then we don't have the room to decide for ourselves where this pain is coming from. It's not, is it coming from Israel or is it coming from Palestine or is it coming from both? It's a lot of this way and that way that's just...
The Koreas.
Well, in the Koreas, they say they try to bring back their people from North Korea. Let's all get along. But the politics of it says otherwise. Big Brother's always been watching. Been watching. Okay.
Yeah. We got is in the present and been in the past.
Mm-hmm. And we got all these people who are hating. And not only are they hating, but they're being told to watch out for the thing that they hate. So if hate is just Goldberg because Goldberg didn't want the Big Brother government, then you hate everybody who doesn't want Big Brother as the government. If you are the opposite of Big Brother, you're Goldstein.
And it just has to be a little bit of difference.
What do you mean?
If you do one thing that's not
Oh yeah,
there,
and it's,
so you have to be exactly as they want you.
look at people on Twitter. Does anybody have a conversation about disagreeing where they come to a conclusion instead of just fight?
No, it's fighting. It's ignoring facts, realities, feelings.
Mm-hmm.
The discourse is
all hate. It's all, even now, all of this is just, let's hate on let's not understand why, I don't know who they taught, why people are the way they are. Let's define for them why we don't like them and tell them who they are based on what we arbitrarily don't like about them and say that's a problem and not solve it. Just get out of here, die, kill yourself, or whatever the case may be. You are not the thing that I like and I'm fighting against you. And it's splitting everybody into just individuals that will eventually eat each other alive, which is the first steps to being controlled by an ultimate source. You either have the ultimate source of the universe, or you get told what the universe is with a middleman like Big Brother. If I say I can fly, I can fly.
And isn't it like real freaky that this applies all over the place? It's not just Winston, it's us, like we've been talking about. So if somebody is telling you to hate, that's having an impact on you.
Mm-hmm.
And the more you go, yeah, okay, I'll do that, the more you're letting them control you.
The more you're becoming an image of them instead of being your own image. When really your own image, you can do the same exact thing as everyone else. Have a family, have a good life. And there's no problem because you're moving yourself independently in that direction, or having the support too, without all the people in the present being crapheads. I tried to censor myself a little bit for the children, because words matter apparently to something like fuck. I guess it does have like an impact. Fuck. And then I did it everywhere. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Now I forgot what we were talking about. This has become just like a conversation that we have without anybody
we're
else.
just the impact of if everybody's telling you to hate, then maybe you shouldn't do it. You gotta be your own. You gotta make your own decisions.
You choose. When there's hate, you choose a hate to have. With the opposite, you're just choosing not to do that, and now you have to find somewhere else to be. This all works because, or this diagram, this bi-diagram works because there is an influence that has been a part of us in our past. It's not just what it is, it's what it is as a result of what has been. We were meant to understand ourselves more because we evolved. We learn new things, and that if we learn how to destroy in a different way, you're still destroying. A thing is being minused instead of added. And once you have nothing to subtract, you have nothing. Does that make sense?
That does make sense, wife.
Are you sure? Because I feel like there's so much information that...
I mean, you just did the math. It made a lot of sense to me. Eventually, you're going to come down to the zero.
Yeah. Basically, and then you're not spinning at all. You're just a part of somebody else's spin. And that should just be family and good things. There's positive attractions and negative attractions. The end.
Shall I pick this up
Yeah.
again? All right.
Sorry, did I make you lose your way?
Yeah. But easily regained. Winston made for the stairs. It was no use trying to lift. Even at the best of times, it was seldom working, and at present, the electric current was cut off during daylight hours. It was part of the economy drive in preparation for Hate Week. The flat was 7 flights up, and Winston, who was 39 and had a varicose ulcer above his right ankle, went slowly, resting several times on the way. On each landing, opposite the lift shaft, the poster with the enormous face gazed from the wall. It was one of those pictures which are so contrived that the eyes following you about when you move. Big Brother is watching you, the caption beneath it ran. Inside the flat, a fruity voice was reading out loud a list of figures which had something to do with the production of pig iron. The voice came from an oblong metal plaque, like a dulled mirror which formed part of the surface of the right-hand wall. Winston turned a switch, and the voice sank somewhat, though the words were still distinguishable. So he can't even turn it off, he can just turn it down some, and not even to his liking.
I'm trying to think of what we would call that, because it's news that has been, like, not etched, but, like, they installed it into the building.
Yeah.
So...
It is a public address
like
system,
just forced news system. Okay, let me change the color just to have. You can keep going.
Okay. The instrument, the telescreen it was called, could be dimmed, but there was no way of shutting it off completely. He moved over to the window. A smallish, frail figure, the meagerness of his body merely emphasized by the blue overalls which were the uniform of the party. His hair was very fair, his face naturally sanguine, his skin roughened by coarse soap and a blunt razor blade, and the cold of the winter that had just ended. Outside, even though the shut window pane, the world looked cold. Down in the street, little eddies of wind were were whirling dust and torn paper into spirals. And though the sun was shining in the sky a harsh blue, there seemed to be no color in anything except the posters that were plastered everywhere.
So do you think that there's a lack of color in the world that he exists in? Or is he just perceiving it as...
I would say he is perceiving it.
How so?
This says the sky is a harsh blue, so we know there's at least one color.
And he doesn't mention the sun at all. There's no warmth coming from the sun. Maybe the buildings are too high or something. But it's also a forced one, because where are the trees?
Yeah.
In this world? Doubtful. Where are the animals? Where are the things that people got to create themselves?
Yeah, don't they, spoilers, later they have to go to like a special forest when they want to hook up for a little bit?
Because that's the only place that there's freaking color. Color is money.
In this world, at least. The black mustachioed face gazed down from every commanding corner. There was one on the house front immediately opposite. "Big Brother is watching you," the caption said, while the dark eyes looked deep into Winston's own. Down at street level, another poster, torn at one corner, flapped fitfully in the wind, alternately covering and uncovering a single word: Ingsoc. In the far distance, a helicopter skimmed down between the roofs, hovered for an instant like a blue bottle, then darted away again with a curving flight. It was the police patrol, snooping into people's windows. The patrols did not matter, however. Only the thought police mattered.
They didn't matter? The snooping police?
Yeah, the snooping police.
So it's like, oh, they're watching just to let you know that Big Brother's watching, but it's the thoughts that they're most concerned about, or the thoughts in action, like watching something that you want to watch. For instance, I guess the snooping police is the thought police, though. Because what if they saw what you were thinking?
So,
police be police. That's about it. There ain't no serve and protect.
well, yeah, he's not doing anything, so he's got nothing to worry. So it doesn't matter to Winston.
Yeah. But also it does, because maybe it's because the helicopter can't see his expression, but they say in the future that, if you look like you're thinking about something, then you're a target.
Behind Winston's back, the voice from the telescreen was still babbling away about pig iron and the overfulfillment the 9th 3-year plan was. The 9th 3-year plan. The telescreen received and transmitted simultaneously. Any sound that Winston made above the level of a very low whisper would be picked up by it. Moreover, so long as he remained within the field of vision which the metal plaque commanded, he could be seen as well as heard. There was, of course, no way of knowing whether you were being watched at any given moment. How often or on what system the thought police plugged in on any individual wire was guesswork. It was even conceivable that they watched everybody all the time. but at any rate, they could plug into your wire whenever they wanted to. You had to did live, from habit that became instinct, in the assumption that every sound you made was overheard, and, except in darkness, every moment scrutinized. God.
So there's nowhere for the self to be the self. There's nowhere for the self to be expressive. There's nowhere for the self to express their hurt for the world that they exist in. Right?
No privacy.
Did you go to a new chapter or to a new section?
No.
Oh. Okay.
Winston kept his back turned to the telescreen. It was safer, though, as he well knew, even a back can be revealing.
Jeez.
A kilometer away, the Ministry of Truth, his place of work, towered vast and white above the grimy landscape. This, he thought with a sort of vague distaste, this was London, chief city of Airstrip 1, itself the third most populous of the provinces of Oceania. Oceania?
Pick one.
Oceania? I don't know. This is terrible.
Which one?
I'm going to screw it up every time, so I don't know if it really matters.
Okay.
He tried to squeeze out some childhood memory that should tell him whether London had always been quite like this. There were always these vistas of rotting 19th century houses, their sides shored up with balks of timber, their windows patched with cardboard, and their roofs with corrugated iron, their crazy garden walls sagging in all directions. And the bomb sites where the plaster dust swirled in the air and the willow herbs straggled over the heaps of rubble, and the places where the bombs had cleared a larger path, and there had sprung up sordid colonies of wood dwellings like chicken houses. But it was no use. He could not remember. Nothing remained of his childhood except a series of bright-lit tableaux, occurring against no background and mostly unintelligible. So he's got no real memory of his childhood.
Yeah. So this cutoff of the past for him, this space that he could have taken out or that he could have occupied with himself, is occupied by all of the past and all of the present, because he can't remember it he can't remember the past in the present.
So that little area with self, if he had the ability to remember, that could be pushing.
Yeah, his ability to remember his past would push these lines, would push this line and this line further out here in his favor, so that he could gain the shape of something that can work in time best for himself and not the best for Big Brother. But that's not the case. And now he's lost his memories. Has he lost his memories, or are they kind of blocked off, you know?
Yeah. The Ministry of Truth, miniature in newspeak. Mini-true in newspeak, was startlingly different from any other object in sight. It was an enormous pyramidal structure of glittering white concrete, soaring up, terrace after terrace, 300 meters into the air. From where Winston stood, it was just possible to read, picked out on its white face, in elegant lettering, the 3 slogans of the party.
Ugh.
War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength.
With no reason. Like, that it doesn't say why, right?
Yeah.
Why is freedom strength if freedom is freedom? Or why is freedom slavery if freedom is freedom?
Yeah.
It's mixing, manipulating the language. Vocab.
The Ministry of Truth contained, it was said, 3,000 rooms above ground level, and the corresponding ramifications below. Scattered about London, there were just 3 other buildings of similar appearance and size. So completely did they dwarf the surrounding architecture that from the roof of Victory Mansions, you could see all 4 of them simultaneously. They were the homes of the 4 ministries, between which the entire apparatus of government was divided. The Ministry of Truth, which concerned itself with news, entertainment, education, and the fine arts.
What entertainment? Do they ever mention entertainment in this book at all? Besides looking at Goldstein and hating on him?
It's probably the people who put together the 2-minute hate. That's probably the entertainment. That thing says 4, lover. Oh, dang it, man, it says 3.
Shouldn't have looked.
I shouldn't have looked. Oh, man. The Ministry of Peace, which concerns itself with war. The Ministry of Love, which maintain law and order. So the Ministry of Loves are probably the ones driving the helicopters.
Yeah. Any police, I would imagine.
And the Ministry of Plenty, which was responsible for the economic affairs. Their names in Newspeak: Many True, Many Pax, Many Love, Many Plenty.
You know what happens when you abbreviate things?
They get shorter.
Yeah, but you know how I say that actually is the worst freaking word ever because it takes the context of what you're saying. You replace the information necessary in a sentence with actually, so that you feel you don't need to add that information. So as they're shortening words, the meaning is lost. It's not what is truth, it's just mini-truth. That we have control over truth. We have control over what all these things mean. Control of words.
That makes it less easy to break things down into their pieces because you've smushed them all together. Like clay. You mush 2 colors together.
Yeah, what color was it originally? Words have origin. Words are used to communicate information, not just force information onto someone. When someone on Twitter says, actually, they're trying to force that information on you instead of going through the steps to develop their own thoughts about this thing. There's a squeezing of information that it is this instead of it being part of a pattern. The pattern is just we say what this is instead of watching how the word love interacts with your thoughts and actions, how truth interacts with your thoughts and actions. What is truth? As long as there are questions to go to, there's more information to be known about things. That's the development of human. That's the development of the system, and they're trying to condense it into, well, we told you what it is, so call it this. And if you don't, you look suspect.
You're being watched.
I wish I could say these things better. I hope I'm saying them enough for somebody to understand. But I'll keep saying them, and then I'll keep putting my words out, and the words will get better. I wasn't able to think about things years ago well, you know, we were struggling and stuff, so there's a time and a place for thoughts, and it's every time, but the world gets in the way.
Definitely.
Okay.
But we can get better.
Yes, and now it doesn't matter if you have a 15-hour-a-day job. If you can watch yourself in the moments that you have the time to express yourself, these lines, what are we calling them? These lines on an axis?
Yeah.
Become wider so that the individual has a better perspective of his outside self and inside self. Instead of the present, the people in the present, and the people in the past defining that self. Okay.
And who wants to be controlled?
Everybody, mostly. At the moment, they have no reason. They're going in that direction. They're walking themselves into a prison cell going, you can tell me what everything is as long as I don't have to do the thought myself. Why think when others do thought for me?
Ugh.
Why are you ughing? You can give examples of when you've done that.
Yeah, and it feels terrible. There's a sinking knowing I have done that, and it feels bad when I don't catch myself and you catch me and I'm not doing the thing and let somebody else influence me, my actions.
And I'm always finding out every day that there's still ways that I get influenced. When doing the whole pregnancy thing, how do I have to get information from other people, or maybe I should go to the hospital because something's wrong with me, or even just, I'm sure I've used words that I don't, for like, basically.
As bad as actually.
Yeah. Tried to go to a dentist. That's letting the outside world tell me that, or, you know, go and get your nuts checked every 6 months or something. It's just, all of those things suck to do. Eventually. I'm trying to think of, like, the worst case scenario when I know that I have fought, thank you, sweet boy. I know that I have fought other people for other people without knowing. I got suspended in school one time because this girl was crying. This boy hurt me, whatever, in my heart. So I kicked him. Didn't know any fucking what was going on. I know that this person who wasn't my friend was sad, and I was gonna go kick that guy because I'm the defender of something that hurts me as well. And I got suspended because he had gotten surgery, and I kicked him right in his fucking stitches. I got harassed. I got picked on for almost a decade about it. It's like, come on. You know, you never. People have done worse. Can we move on? But they wanted to make me look like this horrible villain. This guy was a dick. And also, he stole a bunch of pills from his job and then got fired and took a bunch of pills throughout his whole life. So, you know, there's just a lot of give and take. Who is the enemy in this situation?
Giving that guy the kicks.
It's really like nobody is the enemy because we all just have to learn to do it better.
Always fight with love, wife.
Let's fighting with love.
Now, how weird is that? Check this out. First thing it's gonna do, the Ministry of Love was the really frightening one.
Oh, jeez.
There were no windows in it at all. Winston had never been inside the Ministry of Love, nor within half a kilometer of it. It was a place impossible to enter except on official business, and then only by penetrating through a maze of barbed wire entanglements, steel doors, and hidden machine gun nests. Even the streets leading up to the outer barriers were roamed by gorilla-faced guards in black uniforms, armed with jointed truncheons. Winston turned around abruptly. He had set his features into the expression of quiet optimism which it was advisable to wear when facing the telescreen.
Wait, so he had to change his face?
Yeah.
What does that do for the word love? Words have power. Word is our association to our feelings. Yeah?
Yeah.
So if you have to hide your face from love, if you have to disguise how you feel, if it's haunting you, how are you gonna feel anything? Maybe that's why he hated Julia when he first meets her, because it's giving him something that inside of himself that he'll have to fight for. Just like when we argue sometimes.
Yeah.
We're streaming. Say words. Or keep reading.
Winston turned around abruptly. Facing the telescreen. He crossed the room into the tiny kitchen. By leaving the ministry at this time of day, he had sacrificed his lunch in the canteen, and he was aware that there was no food in the kitchen except for a hunk of dark-colored bread, which had got to be saved for tomorrow's breakfast. He took down from the shelf a bottle of colorless liquid with a plain white label marked Victory Gin. It gave off a sickly, oily smell, as of Chinese rice spirit.
How does he know what that is? That's interesting. Or maybe it's just for us. Maybe they've always had cheap Chinese crap in Europe.
Winston poured out nearly a teacupful, nerved himself for a shock, and gulped it down like a dose of medicine. Instantly, his face turned scarlet and the water ran out of his eyes. The stuff was like nitric acid, and moreover, in swallowing it, one had the sensation of being hit in the back of the head with a rubber club.
Do you think it would be a good idea, after we read the chapter, we can, next time we live stream, we'll point out all the contradictions and try to see if we can say with words what exactly is happening that contradictions are causing?
Yeah, that'd be cool. We'll
Do you think
revisit.
we'll be able to do that just on the fly? Probably not, right? My words don't work when they're not only my own, or with you. It's the people influence. If I influenced all the people, we can all just relax and talk. Wouldn't that be weird?
I give my vote, wife. The next moment, however, the burning in his belly died down and the world began to look more cheerful. He took a cigarette from a crumpled pack marked Victory Cigarettes and incautiously held it upright, whereupon the tobacco fell out on the floor. With the next, he was more successful. He went back to the living room and sat down at a small table that stood to the left of the telescreen. From the table drawer, he took out a pen holder, a bottle of ink, and a thick quarto-sized blank book with a red back and marbled cover. For some reason, the telescreen in the living room was in an unusual position. Instead of being placed as was normal in the wall end where it could command the whole room, it was in the longer wall opposite the window. To one side of it there was a shallow alcove in which Winston was now sitting, in which when the flats were built had probably been intended to hold bookshelves. By sitting in the alcove and keeping well back, Winston was able to remain outside the range of the telescreen, so far as sight went. He could be heard, of course, but so long as he stayed at his present position, he could not be seen. It was partly unusual geography for the room that had suggested to him that the thing he was... It was partly the unusual geography of the room that had suggested to him the thing that he was now about to do. It had also been suggested by the book that he had just taken out of the drawer. It was particularly beautiful book. Its smooth, creamy paper, a little yellowed by age, was of kind that had not been manufactured for at least 40 years past.
So he got the concept of shapes from the book. He said that his room is shaped irregularly, and he's going to use that irregularness to hide, to try to write in the book or look in the book. But he still learned what shapes are and what it means. He's calculating. He's measuring the view sight of, what are they called?
The telescreen.
The
telescreen,
eyes. Yeah. And assuming, because that's how you do science first, that's how you observe, he's observing and going, well, if it comes out and covers this whole square, then at least maybe here I could be safe. Interesting.
Very. Maybe did some assumptions, if I can't be seen, if I can't see that thing, it can't see me.
Mm-hmm. There's also...
Would that be an outside thing? But the telescreen thing is man-made. So where does that fit on that?
What do you mean?
Okay, so...
This is about angles. He's on the outside, he's viewing angles, right? And on the inside, he's posing a theory and reacting to those angles. They're by dipoles. So everything in people present is people past until it's not, until you don't remember it. Or like notice how in people past is not, his memories is none of his memories.
Yeah.
It's not what his grandmother was like that's influencing him to do things. It's not the one time his parent smacked him on the bottom. It's Big Brother constantly.
Yeah, there's no memories, no experiences.
These represent each other, and these will always represent each other as well. Just because we don't know what the reflection is. Say he has that physical pain on his inside.
Yeah.
How does that show up on the outside? Maybe it's him doing this book. Him getting this book and buying this book and writing down with Big Brother in it. It has a reflection, even though we don't know, because this is the awareness of the self expanding and contracting. However, we definitely know that he saw angles, and we definitely know he's using angles to again try to use to his advantage, to try to get a little bit of this to move in his favor. Does that make sense?
Yes.
He wants to hide and do something that he wants. So maybe this thing is gonna, but maybe not.
Those pressures that are put on him hurt him.
Yeah.
And that's why he wants to push back.
Yeah. All of this, the self is self-determined by nature, because survival is in it takes guts to kill yourself, because there is that natural nature that is trying to force you to not. It's like holding your breath. Can you kill yourself by holding your breath? Eventually you'll pass out and release your hands or something, or if you're not using any instruments, you can't just keep your mouth closed until you pass out. Before you pass out, they will open. If you're holding them, maybe because you're using more and more tools to try to kill yourself. With a gun, it's instant. That's why men probably use guns. I've made this decision in the present right fucking now. And that's what happens.
Yeah.
Sorry. Is it?
He could guess, however, that the book was much older than that. He had seen it lying in the window of a frowsy little junk shop in a slummy quarter of the town. Just what quarter he did not now remember. So he didn't even... There goes his memories again. He can...
Yep. This is gonna get too full. This has to be like a whole 3D, 4D thing for...
And it had been stricken immediately by an overwhelming desire to possess it. Party members were supposed not to go into ordinary shops. Dealing on the free market, it was called. But the rule was not strictly kept because there were various things such as shoelaces and razor blades which it was impossible to get a hold of in any other way. He had given a quick glance up and down the street.
So his survival forced him to break the law.
Yeah.
Big Brother kind of had to do with going into the, what is it called? The poorest? The Prole district?
Yeah.
Prole. And if he were to go to work unshaven, he would probably be arrested. Oh, what are you thinking about that's preventing you from doing what we think the best thing to do is? So he's forced to go to those places. So he's forced to be tempted by the past that they allow you to hang on to. It's almost like a trap. Ooh. The past is a trap. We want to know who we are because we need to see these reflections of the past and the present, the inside, the outside. So if they get some of the past and they go searching for that, oh, that's not Big Brother past, you're gone.
Yeah, don't be different.
Don't be different.
He had been given a quick glance up and down the street and then had slipped inside and bought the book for $2.50. At the time, he was not conscious of wanting it for any particular purpose. He had carried it guiltily home in his briefcase. Even with nothing in it, it was a compromising possession.
Yeah.
The thing he was about to do was to open a diary. This was not illegal. Nothing was illegal, since there were no longer any laws.
Your words are illegal. There is no need for laws. Eventually, there'll be a singularity, right? Where it's the ideology wins. And it's just whoever controls that ideology, whoever controls the forces, can just say, this is a bad thing. You said something about him feeling guilty, and before what was that before it?
At the time, he was not conscious of wanting it for any particular purpose.
Oh, he's writing a diary. That means his inside voice is going on the outside. And the only time they let that happen is when Big Brother is the one controlling it. So you can't have any other opinion. You can't even have a thing that you like that they don't. Everything is what they...
You gotta hide the opportunity to be different. So possessing...
Yeah. You have to hide your inside voice, so much so that there can be no trace of it. Right?
Yeah. A little kitty cat. This was not illegal. Nothing was illegal, since there were no longer any laws. But if detected, it was reasonably certain that it would be punished by death, or at least by 25 years in a forced labor camp.
How does that happen? How does it happen that you just know that's not what you're supposed to do? Because you will be punished with your life. Your life will be punished.
I guess you got to see a pattern somewhere.
So there is a pattern being recognized by not just Winston, but everyone in... It's almost like the patterns of our ability to recognize patterns is used against us. Do you want to try to, use my words to inspire your thoughts so I don't have to talk, or?
No, I like where you're going.
Well, I'm sure not everybody likes me. Nobody likes me. In fact, I will tell you those facts, actually. What were we talking about?
Yeah, you were wanting me to take over the conversation.
About?
I remember.
Well, how... Listen, baby kitten. He only lets me hold him like a baby when he goes into my arms like a baby.
He flops over there on purpose?
Yeah, I don't ever position him unless I'm trying to get him off my belly or in places that are too heavy. Like if I'm just holding him by a finger, or if I have to touch his balls. I hate he just plops his nuts are too big for that now. It's gonna start hurting if he doesn't know and he just plops down on my hand. He's gonna be what is it called? A temper? When you sing really high?
Tenor.
A tenor. Tenor kitty. Craven the tenor. So, read the part that we were talking about before so we can relate back to it. There's, patterns. That Big Brother knows that there are patterns, right? Everybody knows that there are patterns because they're all following it without saying it.
Yeah, because there's no communication, so they're definitely not
there's no laws. We don't tell you what to do. You have to know within yourself. You have to be this thing.
How are there... I mean, that's a hell of a control system. You say there's no laws, but everybody can recognize the patterns of...
Well, what do you think is happening now? Take Ron Jeremy. They wheel him in with a freaking on a U-Haul freaking wheelie.
Oh yeah, they brought him in on
like he's Hannibal
furniture
Lecter.
dolly.
When people are not always the same. In the 70s, people were not the same as we are now, right?
Right.
So our awareness, someone's awareness in the 70s would be different than ours because of culture, but also understanding of things, understanding of self. People are less attracted to sex now in a way that interacts with someone else, like two people having sex. So in the 70s, there couldn't possibly be a 16-year-old that was smoking hot that wanted to bang. Of course, it's not a good thing, but you can't punish what happened in the past because it negatively affects the present in this way. It kind of takes that extra, it takes an extra step. We can understand now that that's not how shit should go. But to punish what's already happened for a time period, to punish another time period, how does that make sense?
It's ridiculous.
Why?
Because for one, the people who are being punished could have nothing to do with any event. So they are guilty without having done anything.
He could have been just hired to do a job. I don't know how the story went, and frankly, I won't know unless I get more clues from places that aren't just the news. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you want to... You stare at me and I don't know what to do about it.
I'm sorry. I will,
Usually you flow better with me, and I'm trying to flow, and then...
It's very weird. I feel like I'm just watching you with a smirk on my face like I normally do.
No.
I guess I'm usually touching you and maybe not looking at you so much if we're interacting.
But I want you to talk to. I don't want to be the only one to talk. We were talking about the past. Do you remember we were watching something one time that a pope, some odd hundreds of years ago, dug up another pope's body to charge it, to put it in court for something.
Oh, yeah.
So every action is directional.
Uh-huh.
What direction do we move in time?
Forward.
If you're punishing something that's already happened, what direction are you going?
Oh, you're going backwards.
It's really as simple as that. Should it not be?
Oh, yeah. That was very, very simple. I feel stupid for not saying that.
Punishment is stupid. It brings us backwards. It brings us to Big Brother.
Brings in hurt.
Yeah. But also, I mean, what were we going to do at certain points when people just did what they did? But now we have more of an awareness of ourselves because everybody forces an awareness. We're kind of like that Big Brother forces an awareness of the inside and outside because it controls every aspect. You can know every aspect you can control of your inside and outside because Big Brother is controlling the inside and the outside. In a way that works because you're not doing it. By default, you would do it if nobody was doing it for you.
I guess that's natural.
Yeah, you wouldn't just lay there slumped over. You would explore. You would collect.
Yeah, you'd be driven by
That's kind of how we evolved.
Yeah, because if you came across, like, if you're just trying to survive, and you come across a bountiful thing, you would try.
Yeah.
Your
If
best
I put my nest here because there's all this food around.
Yeah, you've noticed something that is better, so you will then continue to try to do things that are better.
We are programmed to look for better because through time things get more advanced and better. Doing anything else is sorry.
Oh, I mean, we're here talking on the internet, gone from they say monkeys, however we evolved to get where we are now. Meow.
The problem that I don't understand is why we need all of these forces, the people present and the people past. No, that's probably the wrong way of thinking about it. The people past and the people present are negative because the expansion of our awareness based on the negative that they created didn't teach us what the opposite of that bad is. That's how the present or the past keeps getting repeated. If you don't learn from the past, the history repeats itself, whatever. You know?
Yeah.
So what makes it so people don't want to know the better thing.
When you're
Can I have a scratch?
programmed to do the better thing.
A little lower. Do you think that it is based a little lower? Do you think that it's based on... I think the problem is that everybody whoever had something good to say was always overpowered by the people who had bad things to say. And there has to be this reverse in polarities or something. Something like Descartes or Plato. They survived to a point, but nobody's using what they're saying in action. They're using it as this, ooh, look at this. What did they mean? This historical piece of, if you're not more evolved than the things you came from, then you're going in the wrong direction. So where is the point that people see, look at all this stuff that someone can have control over me with, or see the different ways they control me and not try to control it myself? People will be reduced to telling me that they're animals because if there wasn't cops, they would do whatever they want. Why aren't you controlling yourself? Because if the cops weren't there, you wouldn't be in that system where there are cops, and you would be doing better, and that means that it's not now, it's later. I'm sorry, am I talking too loud? You still stink.
Cat. Just a minute. Who are you talking to?
Right? Just like one of our kids. Ill, get out of here, you stink, toddler.
Could have been talking to me.
We're trying to educate and think about things on the internet. Meanwhile, our baby's sitting there with flies like a friggin' Africa. Gotta get Sally Struthers in here. For a PayPal donation of any amount, all of your money, I will finally take care of my child. How does that sound?
It's a humanity fundraiser, really.
In the arms of the angel. Doesn't matter.
Pick a cruel one, don't matter.
The brick one. But nobody, we can't do inside jokes, husband. It doesn't work. We have to develop a language where people can come with us.
We gotta develop the directional language first.
We have to develop. Yeah, but we have to do the directional language. Like, we have to bring people into the inside joke instead of just saying, "Oh, let's sit here and say fun." Like you and
Sean,
your friend.
There's a lot out there.
You sat in front of me and just like quoted movies. And I'm like, oh, what am I supposed to find funny about this? Oh, I'm a woman though. That's probably my issue. Dumb idiot doesn't even watch Mel Brooks movies, I bet. Name every Mel Brooks movie.
You are so lame. Because that's what defines
Can we
you
get
and
back?
me.
We can't talk like we talk to each other. We have to work on a better system, and now is the time to do it. So, where we left off in regards to this and that, Big Brother controls things. If Big Brother can control things, other people can control that
themselves.
within themselves. They can have a desire that leads them instead of a force that forces them. Time moves forward. So does good, so does bad. Bad goes backwards because we see every single time somebody goes in the past and uses that to be angry in the present. It's stupid and lazy.
No, they, I think they even say, all you do is live into the past, man.
Go touch some grass or something. I don't know what the children say these days. Winston's force, though, at every point that he gets the opportunity, he tries to fill himself in. And that's sad. And it's sad knowing how it ends, too.
Yeah. And he's even saying that, I was driven by a desire to get this. Like he's that part to be better.
He's listening to himself. What would that be? That's the plus, right?
Yeah.
The minus shrinks it, but the plus expands it. So if he's having desires to do things that are based on his free will, because it's all about having free will. I don't know if it's spoilers or complicated to jump to when when your anger is forced out of you in a way that puts you at a disadvantage or hurts a bunch of people, puts everybody at a disadvantage. You also shrink. You have the free will to be angry, but try not to be angry and see how much free will you have. Right?
Yeah.
Why not do the opposite? Why is everybody's always like, oh, are you trying to change me? Or just try it. Try not to do the thing that you think defines you and see what happens. Like if you smoke.
Because that can cause hurt.
But that hurt
But people are so confused about
is a
the hurt.
positive. Look at that. We'll make it a little red too. It didn't turn red. Now it's red. That plus can be...
It's hurt, so it's red.
Yeah. That good can be hurt, but it's taking, when you're able to, taking the hurt from here and here and using it to bring the energy, and the only way to do that is good.
Yeah, you take the hurt from the outside, and it's positive. It pushes the inside outwards.
Come on, bro. There we go. If you use these to feed the negative, you're only feeding it back out, because you don't have... It's like using a car battery to charge a cell phone. You need a wire that will... what is it? You know this.
Well, it's got to connect properly. It's got to have the right amount of, power. That'll blow up a cell phone.
Is there like an overarching term for that, or word to make them good with each other?
Compatible.
Compatible? There's a compatibility issue when you try to put a Sega game in a Nintendo. It doesn't fit. And we know it doesn't fit because no matter how hard we try, just like Israel and Palestine, just like men and women, just like, what are the other things? Red and blue politics nonsense. They always try to say they're doing positive, but they're not. Now they are. But anything that says they're positive and isn't positive, anything that is negative, anything that is destruction, feeds its own system. But that system sucks for everyone, even the people who are feeding it. So it's like, what are you doing? It's a battle of power, trying to become the top of something. For what? Why does Big Brother exist? Why does Klaus exist? Schwab, Klaus?
Yeah.
World Economic Forum?
Yeah, you will
Bill
like
Gates,
and...
why? Fauci, why does he want to hurt things? All it is the same reason for everybody else, is we all have a hurt from somewhere from the past because we idolize it instead of going into the future. So what do we do about that? What can Winston do about it? Nothing, right? He's doing the best he can.
Yeah, right. He's gonna write in the corner. That's what he can do.
He doesn't want to lose himself. I think he says something about that, but is that a spoiler?
Oh. Winston fitted a nib into the pen holder and sucked it to get the grease off. the pen was an archaic instrument, seldom used even for signatures. And he had procured one, furtively and with some difficulty, simply because of a feeling that the beautifully creamy paper deserved to be written on with a real nib instead of being scratched with an ink pencil.
That's kind of a respect for something outside of Big Brother.
Yeah, it had a different value.
And I think, at least in the time of Orwell, that could be appreciated more. If somebody has the sense, it's just like food or whatever. If you have the sense of good, then you give it value. And he couldn't. He still has. He's given outside things value. Nice value.
Which is pushing the outside bigger.
I wish I could make these freaking. But now it's just look at it. It looks. I look like a crazy person. That's fine.
You could save it if you wanted, and then erase the parts that you don't want.
Or make a bigger thing and like go here and there. It's fine.
Oh, you know what we could have done?
What?
Something similar, I think, maybe with OneNote. Because I think you can draw in that, and you can just go page to page to page to page.
Oh, okay. I guess we'll try that next time. Oh, yeah. Frickin'. I said it lower.
Actually, he was not used to writing by hand. Apart from very short notes, it was usual to dictate everything into the speak-write, which was, of course, impossible for his present purpose.
If I open this program back up, or if I had two programs up, would OBS crash? Like if I kept this to keep it open so I can rewrite things, but try to do it like smaller, or...
Sorry, can you... What are you asking, wife?
I don't know.
You want to open up another program? Is that...
No, I wanted to open up this program again.
You can give it a shot.
No.
I think paint is...
I don't want to screw things up. That's fine.
I think it would be fine. We would have to use OBS to make the screen again.
No, don't worry about it. It's fine.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to erase these lines. You keep talking. Don't mind me.
He dipped the pen into the ink and then faltered for just a second. A tremor had gone through his bowels. Ugh. The mark on the paper was the decisive act. In small, clumsy letters, he wrote, April 4th, 1984. He sat back.
April 4th. January, February, March, April. That's the fourth month of the fourth.
4/4/1984.
And the paper is square.
It's got four sides.
Yeah. And it represents, a thing that's boxed in as well. A boxy shape.
He sat back. A sense of complete helplessness had descended upon him. To begin with, he did not know with any certainty that this was 1984. It must be around that date, since he was fairly sure his age was 39. And he believed that he had been born in 1944 or 1945. But it was never possible nowadays to pin down any date within a year or two.
It probably would have sucked back then, because everybody was like, well, what day is it? What time is it? Everybody's got but it wouldn't be that big of a deal if we didn't keep track of how old we were or how long,
Yeah, I don't.
It's like taking pictures. It's like, why do you...
Stand in the past.
Yeah. If we go into the future, maybe we don't have to die.
Then that stuff really don't matter.
Yep. It's just loving and enjoying the value of life.
In the best way.
In the best way.
For whom it suddenly occurred to him to wonder, was he writing this diary? Shouldn't it be himself? Isn't that what a diary is?
Why would you write in a diary?
To bring your thoughts from inside to outside.
Well, let me say, as a little girl at some point, I questioned myself what does it matter that I'm writing my thoughts down? I don't know if people really know. Unless it's for me. It's so I can remember things, but sometimes people don't know. Because it's like, what if somebody sees it? What if they never see it? Do I really want it only to myself? There are all these developments that I think affect everyone.
There's a lot of vulnerability with a diary. That's probably why girls do it more.
Tom do it more.
Oh. Inside joke.
But it worked. That works pretty well because it's just Tom do it more. Tom see it more. Tom understand it more. Tom size more. Oops.
You did it.
I did it. Great success.
For the future, for the unborn. His mind hovered for a moment round the doubtful date on the page, and then fetched up with a bump against the newspeak word doublethink.
He thought about himself, and because he called it a diary.
Yep.
Not a memoir. But then his mind went to the people who don't exist yet. He was looking at the future instead of looking at the past, like Big Brother keeps trying to...
Yeah, he was in a complete other direction.
Wow. And it just took him looking at the book. That's so... I mean, the story gets, to me, more terrifying and sad. As opposed to Trevor more inspiring and... familiar?
Solving all the world's problems. For the first time, the magnitude of what he had undertaken came home to him. How could you communicate with the future?
Oh, man. How do you communicate with the future? And what's the point? This is the problem, I think, now. That nobody cares to communicate with the future because the future, the people who were born after 9/11, they, or whatever arbitrary line you put, they don't understand you, and you're just as bad as the people who raised them. And it becomes more about me. That's what autism is. There was no... They think it's an illness because they don't seek the fundamental problem. And it's that nobody speaks to the future well.
No, they force you with... If you want to use this service, you have to... You have to speak a certain way, which is pointed in the past. People talk now. Nobody wants to say the wrong thing. Nobody wants to have people go back and look at their tweets.
So they're only learning stupid crap. Oh, learn how to code. Okay, so now everybody's just a coder for Google, the overlord, you know? There's no teaching what I am. And if I teach you what I am, you can know that you can do that same thing. When you take the power away from the family, it's easy to escape. Stupid fly. It's easy to escape your family. Or at points in history, it was easy to escape your family. That pressure of, I'm telling you who you are, can melt away once you get out of there. And then you find the pressures of everywhere else, and it's like, what the hell is anything? I think that's why those, not Turkish people, Quakers and...
Mormons?
No, not Mormons. The ones that live in Pennsylvania, the Dutch. Amish. They have that, practice where they let their child go out and say, you pick here or you pick there. And they apparently tend to pick out there from what other ones say, but maybe not. Maybe a lot of people do. I have to hear the other side, but they don't talk to us very much, I think. Because you only get the narrative of the people who knows how long they've been doing this. So how many of the Amish have gone through this and decided to pick Amish over the other world?
Yeah, I can't say I've ever met somebody who goes, oh yeah, I used to be Amish and I chose to be different at 16 or whatever.
That's what you see all the time. I haven't seen, I guess you just, if they picked Amish, but how long have they been doing that?
Yeah.
20 years? And how does the system work? How do they take the kids back in? Do they only get one chance? Do they get all the chances? What point in their life did they...
Yeah. Can they go away for 5 years and go, hey, maybe this was fucked, can I come back? Are they accepting? I heard there's a lot of shunning, so...
Maybe it depends on, like, family and stuff. There's a lot of weirdness. A lot of things that are not understood. But what were we talking? The point is, it's easy to see that you're different from your family. It's harder to see that you're different from the global establishment that's forcing you to do these things that make you hate yourself. Like buying tampons that say, for every tampon you buy, we'll donate. I know what you're doing, you know?
Yeah.
Having to prove that I'm not a human, like I'm an animal. Prove you're not an animal. This isn't what's gonna prove that, for one.
And why do I gotta prove shit to you?
It's all senseless. It's all claiming to be for safety and security. That's why. Oh, if you're... Our servers are more safe if something, blah, blah, blah. But they go about it in a way that treats people inhumanely.
Yeah, sacrifice your humanity so you can be safer.
Yeah. But they're not learning. In 1984, that wasn't really a problem because that was near World War I and stuff. People were still in the under the umbrella of the people around them, I guess. The person, the earl of an area, or the king, and how much power that
dukes and
it was probably all just suffering. People just did whatever they wanted until somebody got in their way then as well. Depending on how far away you were from the power, or...
Yeah.
There were good ones. I mean, Sun Tzu talks about Sun Tzu says, don't kill a bunch of villagers for no reason, because that's stupid.
They're your farmers.
Yeah.
They'll feed you and your army, stupid.
There's stuff in the past that does work, that if people would just differentiate and stop putting the government at the head of everything, to make politics your number one concern every day, even if you say it's not your number one concern. If you spend more time doing that than doing something good for self or family or understanding, or then you're giving all your time to the government, you're making Big Brother. It's so stupid. So simple and stupid.
So simple.
Anyway. We're gonna need more milk.
Yeah. Shall I go and grab some, wife?
I can try to read for a little bit.
Okay.
Would you prefer to...
Go ahead, wife. Well, we do have that be right back thing. If you wanted to break as well, I didn't know.
I'm okay for now.
Okay. I'll be right back, baby.
Okay. I don't know where you were, though. And my eyes are kind of crossed. I'm a little bit stupid. You're a little bit ignorant. His mind?
Yeah.
His mind hovered for a moment round the doubtful date on the page, and then fetched up with a bump against the newspeak word doublethink. For the first time, the magnitude of what he had undertaken came home to him. How could you communicate with the future? It was of its nature impossible. Oh, that's not right. How could you communicate with the future? Husband. I have to wait for you. I don't know if we read this part. He can't hear me. No one can hear me. Cheap, cheap, little birdie. What are you getting, snacks too? Why don't you just bring the whole jug? It was gonna take you 18 years to pour it.
I was breaking apart the chicken that's first.
Oh, you are working on food. I'm sorry. Did we read this part? He says, it was of its nature impossible to communicate with the future. Of what nature? Of what's nature? Communication? That's not, that is incorrect. Maybe he talks about how he reasons that.
What?
He got stupid.
He made a wrong decision.
That should be a time where you're, oops, a time where you're wrong about something, and if you don't correct it, it affects you past, present, future. If you think, what's a good example? That
lying.
Males, okay.
That lying to spare someone's feelings. Being
Well, that's complicated. People can have their argument about it, but a thing in nature.
Oh.
That 1 + 1 is 2. Where was I going with that? Do you remember?
No way.
The communication. Ooh. Oh. So if you allow yourself to be told that 1 and 1 is 3, you can no longer use any of the information available that makes that not true. Now you don't know how to count. You lose the infinity of numbers.
Yeah, so if you do 1 and 1 is 3, then 2 + 2 no longer makes sense.
Mm-hmm. So every time you're wrong, it keeps you... Whoops. It keeps... What the heck happened here? It keeps these poles narrowed.
Yeah. They don't get to grow anymore.
He gets a big wrong for that. Let's see how many things he gets wrong that are that. Now he's by himself and he's making good reason and he's getting to figure things out. But now we see a chink in his chain. What would happen if he didn't think that at first? Could he have saved the world from Big Brother?
We'll have to find out.
Well, he already made the mistake, so we know he don't.
Either the future would resemble the present, in which case it would not listen to him.
Wait, I would really like to listen to this part carefully, please.
Either the future would resemble the present, in which case it would not listen to him, because nobody would listen now.
Mm-hmm.
Or it would be different from it, and his predicament would be meaningless. Because it changed?
You know how in Shinji, the Cruel Angel, Evangelion, there was a lot of nothing is working, everything is terrible, I am nothing, everything is trying to kill me. They're the polarities of everything and nothing. When someone doesn't understand something and the emotions about it are angry, they tend to go to those, like talking to my friends who I try to reason with, people will push themselves to those extremes to get away from the truth if the truth hurts.
I've done that for years.
Yeah. You go from all of us means something to all of it must mean nothing. Because there's no exploration there. I think it's kind of the black hole and negative energy that the Big Brother causes. But he still has hope. He's just wrong about this one thing.
For some time, he sat gazing stupidly at the paper.
And it's hard if you're not accomplishing things and you're constantly failing and you're constantly hurting and you constantly have to feel that pressure of Big Brother because you have to think of how the future is affected by the present. He might have just blown his head off instead of marched forward. He went there maybe because it was survival. It's just, I'm trying to not die still.
That gave him the extra sentience?
That gave him that lying sentience to say nothing. It was like a defense mechanism.
Yeah, gotcha.
Nature became sentient. Almost.
The telescreen had changed over to stridently military music. It was curious that he seemed not merely to have lost the power of expressing himself, but even to have forgotten what it was he had originally intended to say.
Wow, it's like, okay, can you say that again?
It was curious that he seemed not merely to have lost the power of expressing himself.
Okay, so he lost the power of expressing himself, which means that he had something to express. Okay.
But even to have forgotten what it was that he had originally intended to say.
So the need to express, and that, can you say the first part again?
It was curious that he seemed not merely to have lost the power of expressing himself.
So, the momentum to express himself showed him that he was unable to express himself. And that caused him to
also forget what he had originally intended on doing.
Yeah, he got lost. If because he didn't have the means to express himself, I can relate to that all the time. Every time I think about things, write things, or try to communicate it, and all the pressure of the world comes, it's like, what is the point? What am I trying to say? But there's something out there available. There's hope, at least.
Indeed, wife. You do it. Unfailingly, I think.
You think so?
Yeah. Very much so.
What do you mean by that?
That you take time and effort into placing your words, and that effort involves careful analysis and consideration and discussion every second of the day for all of time.
Certainly all the time we've been together.
Yeah.
I didn't have anybody to try to do that with. I needed it. I tried to get it from my mother, and she didn't understand me. I tried to find friends. They didn't understand me. Trying to understand other people because maybe I'm doing something wrong, and that the separation of the two, just everybody exists in here, and I don't. You have to have the shape that I have so that we can attract.
That's right, baby.
That's all I want to do is just attract everybody.
You're always trying to be friends.
I want everybody's gonna be my friend one day.
That's right.
Once they stop hating me for thinking that I'm their enemy. But they don't want a friend. Nobody wants anything good anymore. Everybody wants to be sorrowful and angry.
Yeah, good
with
is,
each other.
Good is tainted.
Yeah. They want to destroy good. Their intent is to destroy good, and not just because of this big brother. It's the same map, but it looks the same, and the methods are different. They're not taking physical freedom in the outside world so much as threatening it and giving you everything you want in the inside world, manipulating you into believing,
giving you those false things that stop your growth, like when Winston made this mistake.
They don't get to fulfill desires. They define the desires for you in 1984 for Winston. But out here, they throw everything at you and make you addicted to it. Food's addicting. Porn's addicting.
Porn, the internet stuff, games.
The people, the animes that I like are addicting. The environment that the things that I think about are addicting. The things that I want are addicting. And it just becomes, and then they diagnose it as autism, and then they give those people everything that they want, and they give them leeway to try to get everything they want. Oh, why doesn't the government supply me with a girlfriend? Because they don't mean anything if you don't work for it. Like, what is the value of people to someone like that? And what is the value why is his value different than anybody else's? Makes me sick. And they won't let go of it. Now they have to let go of it so that 1984 doesn't happen. But it is already 1984. It's just they will pick us off slowly until it is 1984. You have to, they reduce the things that you're able to think about and like and do. They take the will of creation out of you. I want to live in an apartment with fucking bugs so that maybe I could be an actress one day or something. Never mind that I could live in a place that is nice that doesn't have all that stuff. I forgot where.
I don't mind living in...
owning nothing.
Owning nothing. Living in a 100 square foot apartment next to, the train tracks in Chicago.
And it's just a lie of comfort because people don't want to... A person who wants to become an actress doesn't want to work for the government, where there's your payment is just getting to exist. You don't have to fill out paperwork all day or something,
Yeah, you got your agent does that for you.
Yeah, but it's still feeding that system because And then there has to be laws about protecting people's hours and their humanity, and it's all just paperwork into destruction.
And if everybody works towards a positive direction, there ain't no paperwork. There's no need for paperwork.
Why would there even be a need for like a license? The fact that you're alive should be enough. It's not a good place to be, because there are still a lot of mean people and stupid people that would do whatever they wanted. Those autist kids who say that they're just animals are trying to get what they want, reflecting or learning from the past. Our parents who, well, I wanted to get here quicker, maybe I was being irresponsible at this point, or we don't listen when I drove around at whatever miles per hour. I was not concerned for my own life, so I was not concerned for anybody's freaking life. And that's the kind of thing that just got fed. And that really sucks. And I participated in it. But they make you feel like life isn't worth living, so I'm just going to take for me, Dean Cain, live fast and die young, whatever. Driving around for at least 15 minutes with the intent to drive into a tree and just trying to gain the nerve to do it. What kind of life is that? That's time you could have spent being happy and thinking about things and ideas.
Spending time with a loved one. That's good, because you love them.
But how do you find that love? It's like there just has to be a polarity shift. Just, hey, everything that you're doing, you try to control it yourself and see what happens. Try not to play Fortnite for 3 days. And if it defines you, what does that mean? If I can't not play Fortnite for 3 days.
Suffer well.
But what does it mean to, like those Chinese kids, that all they do is they want to exist in these worlds because they don't want to exist on the outside. And it's like, well, I'm gonna die. Well, you gotta tell people that maybe you could live forever if you go in the right direction. Who knows? Does it? And it could be a good thing. You could play Fortnite forever as soon as we get over this freaking hump.
Yeah. Good things can happen.
I would love to play video games with you again. You can learn stuff by playing video games. But to have the self-control to know you gotta freaking eat, and to know that there's better out there, that's just what it's gonna take. Spend 15 extra minutes on your meal instead of just microwaving ramen noodles. Boil some spaghetti and see that there's a difference. And then chase that good, like Winston chases the good. Everything he does, when he has the opportunity to chase good, he does it. Even helping his neighbors. He's trying to get something from it.
Probably discovered something about his inside. It felt good, so he pursued it.
Notice, too, they give money to pursue good. Why do they get paycheck? Why do they get paid? To work for the ministry, to buy cigarettes, why don't they just give everything out in rations like that?
To give people the minimum free will they need to be controllable before they revolt. Maybe.
Probably. It slows the mind. Cigarettes are addicting. I'm always thinking about cigarettes. Alcohol is addicting when you want your brain to be slowed and euphoric. I guess, is a little bit of the...
Pain can be dulled.
Poisoned is enough. Yeah, the pain can be dulled. And they dull pain in different ways. One slows the mind, and one focuses the mind. You can focus on the cigarette instead of the life that you live. I guess. What's that?
It looked
Weird?
a little weird.
Oh, why?
Do.
It controls your emotion and time, cigarettes and alcohol. Which is fine sometimes, but it's not fine all the time. Other than he had enough money to buy a book. So there is like extra, maybe he had to not buy razors or something for a while, or...
Well, he missed lunch. Oh wait, no, it was for something else. That was to go in right.
Oh. They don't dole out everything, but they do give you money so that there are some things that you can decide, and they can watch how much people buy cigarettes, how much people buy alcohol, because they control everything. And then where does the rest of the money go? They have these little sly things in the parole areas where you can be more independent until that's used against you. Crazy, wild and wacky stuff.
Frightening.
Because
it exists outside. You can see it.
It's here. It's right now, and I hate it. And to open yourself up is to see maybe you wouldn't even need to move the words here, you know, because everything just starts with his inside and his outside, and these poles can move. As they move, he's more aware of the
hate week,
the effect of those things, of the past and the present. When he learns that, is like, or when he even tries to think about the future and how children, it opens him up, and that's maybe to say nothing shuts it back down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If he's like, oh, what about children? Oh, I can't think about it because it leads to nothing. It shows, it either measures where the conical shape, or it narrows. It brings the two poles together to make the conical shape narrower.
That sucks. You're talking about the inside-outside conical thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to say it in a way that makes sense, but the positive and negative, when he talks about how it's bad, it has it makes maybe this heavier, kind of like.
Yeah.
Or he's allowing himself, maybe he's shutting it himself. Because you have the power to do that. You can say to yourself, I don't want to think about this.
Yeah.
So people have the free will to narrow these lines that give you the space to have free will. They take away their free will with their own free will.
Because they've been hurt by using it before.
Hurt by experiencing it before. Any child knows when they've been forced to do something.
Well, you get killed if you do the wrong thing. So I want to do this. So there's maybe one of those patterns that.
Where do they do that?
In the book, if you are anything different than what Big Brother wants.
Well, that's kind of too much to say, I think, because all he knows, he hasn't experienced anybody disappearing yet. He's just saying it's looming over him. That's kind of putting yourself in Winston's position, like, they'll kill you.
But if detected, it was reasonably certain.
It's reasonably certain. That's not saying I experienced this and I know this for a fact.
Okay.
It's his feelings that, or maybe he's experienced it before, maybe, but we don't necessarily.
We don't know yet.
Not that we don't know yet. I don't think we have enough information to say. Mostly because I forgot what we were talking about now.
Whether he experienced something that would be punished by death.
Oh, they don't know because these people just disappear.
Oh yeah, it's all still mystery stuff.
Yeah. When he meets somebody from the opposing party, in the slums, that was hiding away or whatever, like or did he do that? I know he got a newspaper thing that had a different view than his understanding of something, and he was like, oh, that's crazy. So it's just the fear that is doing the narrative, and instead of Big Brother showing, like...
See that,
Oh no.
What's going on here?
It's not happening on Twitch, I don't think. Oh, it is black.
Oh, what's going on here?
I think it's still working on
Maybe
Twitch, so it's not the internet.
Maybe it's this. I'm looking at the creator thingy. Seems to be doing okay.
Let me do this.
Do.
I muted. Never mind.
There was a network error.
Oh no! Did we just get Big Brothered?
Oh, of course. Let's see here, what's going on? Maybe it's you, lover.
Oh, you think so? Well, what does it say the kick is doing?
Is there streaming here's live?
Oh,
for...
it's still saying it's streaming?
Yeah.
Well, what the heck? Okay. I'll go on the same... I won't go on the same. Okay, it should be working now. Maybe.
Okay, good. Alright, sweet.
Turn off your music. Oney plays Second Life. Good for you, Oney. Are we good to go?
I think so, wife.
Okay. So where were we, for frick's sakes? Big Brother took me down.
We were trying to decide if he knew something was punishable by death or not. I made an assumption, and we don't know.
Oh, okay. Then what?
Now we're jumping back in.
Okay.
For weeks past, he had been making ready for this moment, and it had never crossed his mind that anything would be needed except courage. The actual writing would be easy. All he had to do was to transfer to paper the interminable, restless monologue that had been running inside his head, literally for years.
What language is it in? Is it in a writable language?
Who knows? Probably not, because he didn't write anything. At this moment, however, even the monologue had dried up. Moreover, his varicose ulcer had begun itching unbearably. He dared not scratch it, because if he did so, it always became inflamed. The seconds were ticking by. He was conscious of nothing except the blankness of the page in front of him, the itching of the skin above his ankle, the blaring of the music, and a slight booziness caused by the gin.
A lot of distractions. That happens every single time I think anybody writes. You're trying to get the words out. You're trying to get your thoughts into but it's two different languages.
Yeah, that transfer from the outside to the inside.
That's what makes it also obvious that there's a difference between the outside world and the inside world, because there is an energy that is needed to translate the language from one to another. British isn't American. Hebrew isn't English, because you have a process to understand at least some of what it's saying when the symbols are the same, when the words mean the same thing in a general sense.
I didn't quite follow the Hebrew thing there, wife.
Oh, sorry. Stupid. It's two different languages. So if you're not just if there's an extra step you have to take to read something.
Like if we try to do it, it's not our natural thing, so we'd have to translation process.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of the times when people are speaking their inside voices, anger comes out. And that's why anger is a thing that unless you control, you don't know the language behind it to transfer it to the outside world to do something better than what the past does.
Gotcha.
The end. Let's go home.
Suddenly, he began writing in sheer panic, only imperfectly aware of what he was setting down. His small but childish handwriting staggled up and down the page.
Staggled?
Straggled. There's an R in there. I was like, what the hell is that word? Shedding first its capital letters and finally even its full stops. April 4th, 1984. Last night to the flicks. All war films. One very good one of a ship full of refugees being bombed somewhere in the Mediterranean. Audience much amused by shots of a great huge fat man trying to swim away with a helicopter after him. First you saw him wallowing along in the water like a porpoise. Then you saw him through the helicopter's gun sights. Then he was full of holes and the sea around him turned pink and he sank as suddenly as though the holes had let in the water.
Using his own directional language, or kind of Big Brother's directional language. Can you read the first part of that again?
April 4th, 1984.
Well, we know the dang date.
Last night to the flicks. All war films.
So he, instead of... Is this what he was thinking about in his head? Is he putting his head language onto paper?
I think it's because he's writing in a panic. It's just... ugh.
Well, he was panicking because he didn't know what to write, right? He's like, surely I'd be able to...
Oh.
And he's also with the pressure everywhere because his ankles...
And the booze.
And the booze and Big Brother.
Hi there, who is your day? The hell is happening here?
How do we say it in the least amount of words?
We're using a system that can help define what motivations are. It is a helpful...
I don't know if that's really that we're using 1984 to understand the present, and also using that reflection of 1984 and today to test a theory about the shape of the self in its environment existing in two separate worlds. Does that... I don't even know if you're here anymore. Probably not. It says one.
Well,
But I'll be on the lookout.
so yeah, I think it's just panic talk. I don't think this is what.
You're saying, what else would it be? Aren't you only the environment that you're in? Everybody's words then would reflect the environment that they're in. It's not only just because there's more information there. Actually, I wanna, cause he uses direction.
Okay.
I want to see where I want to watch his thoughts, husband.
Okay.
This is important. His thoughts are here, right? In his inside world where only he exists, but the pressure of the outside world controls it. Outside world is where he is writing on paper the language. A language that he wants to communicate to the future.
Gotcha.
To someone. And he's finding it difficult because he exists at the center of it. He's finding the difficulties of going from outside to inside. So we can watch his path with his words. His train of how he gets from right to left.
All right. So last night to the flicks. All war films. One very good one of a ship full of refugees being bombed somewhere.
Hold on real quick. Sorry. I don't know how often I should look up to see. I don't know. It was only a couple of minutes. What do you think people normally expect? For the face to always be looking? And there's also a lag. There's like a 10-second lag. I could have sworn it was there for less than a minute.
Yeah, I feel like we didn't wait too long to respond, but
But maybe not. If they were still here, then they could tell us.
yeah.
But we're right now, because he's not here.
Sorry, who is your day 2?
That sucks. Why didn't you stick around? Why don't they stick around when they're interested in something? It won't just, give people a chance. Give people a couple minutes of your time. Or you give all those pornos plenty of your time. Give your penis so much time. Give us some time. Give me a fraction of that time.
It'll work out.
Will it? We'll see. 1 second. So his first place goes to, now he's on the outside, right?
Yeah.
He said, went to go see a movie in like the easiest way possible because we're saying that the language is
Very, very,
kerfuffled.
very, short, truncated.
Yeah, controlled, truncated.
One very good one of a ship of refugees being bombed somewhere in the Mediterranean.
So he's watching multiple movies, right?
Yeah.
I guess that's a reason to have money to go to the movies. So he enjoyed it.
Yeah.
He enjoyed the
propaganda.
He enjoyed the propaganda. And it was good. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so he went outside to say I did this, went inside to say it was good, and then went back outside to say I went to... What the heck is that? Are you chasing that flying E on the... Sorry.
I think we lost.
Bombed because
Okay. So he thinks that it's a good one of this guy getting shot full of holes.
Yeah, and he says that this is the thing that made me feel good on the inside, or that made me think it was good.
Yeah, the helplessness and the complete destruction of this man.
Maybe.
And seeing it through different perspectives. It's like, oh, you first see it through the gunship, and then next thing you know, he's full of holes. Is it really a film, or did they did they fake this? How did they make this film? Or did they just film a gunship shooting somebody?
They probably filmed a gunship shooting somebody.
It's a war film.
And they have there's no ASPCA there to help that poor animal. To be fair, the ASPCA doesn't do shit for animals either.
No. Nobody. Audience shouting with laughter when he sank. Then you saw a lifeboat full of children with...
Those people agreed with him.
Yeah, the audience was...
Or did he agree with them? That he just wanted to enjoy the laughter with someone? I don't know.
Then you saw a lifeboat full of children with a helicopter hovering over it. There was a middle-aged woman, might have been a Jewess, setting up in the bow with a little boy about 3 years old in her arms. The little boy screaming with fright and hiding his head between her breasts, as if he was trying to burrow right into her. And the woman putting her arms around him and comforting him, although she was blue with fright herself.
Why was it probably a Jewess?
Probably some influence that he had from...
Does it have something to do with Goldstein? Did Orwell see the propaganda before the propaganda happened? Was it already happening that there was like a picture of victimhood?
Maybe. Something happened. Probably influenced him, the people present, the people past.
Did he work he worked at the BBC during World War II, right? So, you know,
he might have seen some stuff.
He was probably influenced to do the things that it is possible, it's very possible he was influenced to do the things that he talks about in the book.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to as close as you can for the truth when you're trying to write, you don't have to venture very far, because it doesn't take that extra energy, because you just remember.
Yeah.
Path of least resistance, I guess.
Always. We have 2 paths of least resistance. Isn't that some ish? You've reversed polarities. We need more milk. Where are we in the...
Let's see here. The very last sentence of...
Oh, he's reading his thing. Okay, all the time covering him up as much as possible, as if she thought her arms could keep the bullets off him. Then the helicopter planted a 20-kilo bomb in among them. Terrific flash, and the beat went all to matchwood. Then there was a wonderful shot of a child's arm going up, 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 right up into the air. A helicopter with a what? A camera in its nose must have followed it up, and there was a lot of applause. Applause from the party seats, but a woman down in the pro part of the house suddenly started kicking up a fuss and shouting they didn't oughter of shown it, not in front of the kids. It ain't right, not in front of kids. It ain't until the police turned her out I don't suppose anything happened to her. Nobody cares what the proles say. Typical prole reaction. They never. Dang. That was confusing.
A lot of jumping around.
I feel like I want to. The point of this is to understand language. And I feel like we should go back and try to get that part again.
Okay. All the time, covering him up as much as possible, as if she thought her arms could keep the bullets off him.
I wonder if he felt anything for that. Because it was like impossible. He went to the direction, like, not that she was trying to, maybe he's not giving an opinion really about it. Like, well, what a stupid person to try to protect her kid when she knows it ain't gonna work. It's just, that's what happened. And then he says, a 20-kilo bomb. Like, that matters. After what was just witnessed.
Yeah.
That the bomb was 20 kilos? Are you kidding me?
It's probably just an identifier. What kind of bombs? 20-kilo bomb.
What does the identifier matter? It's a bomb.
Fair enough.
And they put something on it. It was 20. What did they put? 20 kilo on it, like Acme or some shit? Maybe.
Then the helicopter planted a 20-kilo bomb in among them. Terrific flash, and the boat went all to matchwood. Then there was a wonderful shot of a child's arm going up, 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 right into the air. A helicopter with a camera in its nose must have followed it up. And there was a lot of applause from the party seats, but a woman down in the prole part of the house suddenly started kicking up a fuss.
He mentions time when he's like, up, up, up. Trying to express that the thing kind of went higher than
the rest.
It could have, because it would have just exploded. You know, if it's a bomb like that, is there really going to be an arm? Pew! And then a helicopter able to shoot it? But they did. Big Brother displayed, look at this comical thing that whoop.
Yeah.
I think that, I don't know, that kind of...
There's your entertainment. You're wondering where.
Yeah, just a thing going...
Watching people be slaughtered is their entertainment.
Yeah.
Suddenly started kicking up a fuss and shouting they didn't oughter show it, not in front of the kids. They didn't, it ain't right, not in front of the kids. It ain't until the police turned her out. I don't suppose anything happened to her. Nobody cares what the proles say. Typical prole reaction. They never.
He, start from the beginning of that a woman in the prole area got upset. Right?
And there was a lot of applause from the party seats. But a woman down in the prole part of the house suddenly started kicking up a fuss and shouting they didn't oughter have showed it, not in front of the kids. So yeah, so we can gain that there's two different areas.
Mm-hmm.
There's the party area, prole area, and then there was a ruckus down in the prole area.
That's it? Also, it was a mother who was trying to control what her kid was able to see, and she got kicked out? Or worrying about the kids in general. He was worrying about the kids.
Yeah, it's what he said about when he wanted to write to the future.
Mm-hmm. But then, stupid person thinking about the future of children.
That's not right. It ain't right. until the police turned her out. I don't suppose anything happened to her. So he's already, there's a little bit of look in the future, like what happened to her, because he knows.
Because it happened on the outside, and it wasn't a secret police doing it, that she's fine because they just kicked her out, and that's, you know, you're just a stupid idiot who's...
Stupid prole, you throw out the riffraff.
But they'll be watching her, I'm sure. And they might even just make her go away because of that.
Nobody cares what proles say. Typical prole reaction. What, being upset that...
So a lot of proles, a lot of people in the lower class worry about their children, worrying about the influence on their children. Notice how there's so many people flaunting their children that they're dressing up in makeup in Hollywood, and people who want to do Hollywood stuff, but it's not a typical thing for everybody else.
Yeah, there's a lot that happened there kind of at the end.
What do you mean?
That was just like a description of the movie. Then all of a sudden, there's a lot of events that she got upset, and then he got turned out.
And he was.
And then he thought about it, and then
he's getting the ball rolling on being a historian, basically.
He's the new Josephus.
Well, Goldstein is the new Josephus. He's the new Plato. In his own world, we don't know about anybody else who thinks like him. He's trying to communicate, and he's trying to understand communication, and he's trying to be directional.
Yeah. He's trying. Winston stopped writing, partly because he was suffering from cramp. Not a cramp or some cramp.
I'm suffering from cramp.
Oh, cramp. He did not know what had made him pour out this stream of rubbish. But the curious thing was that while he was doing so, a totally different memory had clarified itself in his mind, to the point where he almost felt equal to writing it down. It was, now he realized, because of this other incident that he had suddenly decided to come home and begin the diary today.
Ooh, I want to hear that part again.
Winston stopped writing, partly because he was suffering from cramp. He did not know what had made him pour out this stream of rubbish. But the curious thing was that while he was doing so, a totally different memory had clarified itself in his mind, to the point where he had almost felt equal to writing it down.
More inside-outside stuff. He got the ball by talking about his day and going in that direction of communication.
He had more thoughts.
He had more thoughts, and he started widening the poles between his free will and the influence on him. Pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
But also tragically sad.
It was, he now realized, because of this other incident that he had suddenly decided to come home and begin the diary today. So the thing he just wrote about is what inspired him to... Is that what he's saying? So this is. He's like, I suddenly...
Like I wanted to say... He enjoyed something, maybe. And it made him want to write. Or maybe he just saw... Maybe he saw the book because he goes to that place often. He saw the book and he was like, hey, I can write about my day. So it's not necessarily that he enjoyed this day as opposed to any other day, but he recently enjoyed something that inspired him to go for the book. It's more directions.
That directional stuff is everywhere.
He didn't he wasn't inspired to write down what he experienced. Are you fighting near me, or are you playing bass with me? Are you messing with him? Because I'm not gonna pet you and defend you if you're just looking. Nope. Socrates is just being a butthole. Hey,
Oh,
Craven,
continues.
come here, sweet boy. No, he's fucking around.
Should we continue?
Distracting. What were we calling Craven?
The
Careless Craven, not
careless.
distracting Craven. That doesn't make any sense.
careless.
I think so.
It had happened that morning at the ministry, if anything so nebulous could be said to happen.
Well, nebulous. Thanks, George Orwell. Because it's not, it's not really Winston's thoughts so much as it is. You can tell when it's George Orwell describing Winston and then allowing Winston to describe himself. And that's what, because he used the word like nebulous.
Yeah, Winston wouldn't use the word nebulous.
Yeah.
It was nearly 1100, and in the records department where Winston worked, they were dragging the chairs out of the cubicles and grouping them in the center of the hall, opposite the big telescreen, in preparation for the 2 minutes hate.
Is this a new day?
It happened in the morning, so no.
Oh.
It happened that morning at the ministry.
Oh, this is his other idea that he wants to write about now.
I
right?
think the thing that triggered the memory of... I think he's telling the thing.
The memory that got triggered from his previous memory.
Yeah.
Of going to the... Okay.
Winston was just taking his place in one of the middle rows when two people whom he knew by sight but had never spoken to came unexpectedly into the room. One of them was a girl who he often passed in the corridors. He did not know her name, but he knew that she worked in the fiction department. Presumably, since he had sometimes seen her with oily hands and carrying a spanner, that she had some mechanical job on one of the novel writing machines. She was a bold-looking girl of about 27, with thick dark hair, a freckled face, and swift, athletic movements. A narrow scarlet sash, emblem of the Junior Anti-Sex League.
Hey! If you're gonna play, why do you have to hiss? I don't understand. It's because he's a tuxedo cat, and that's his power move. That and being so dense in the head.
Being a brick.
He's hit this memory of now a lady is being triggered. He was involved with that scene because everybody was laughing and he was watching something that made him feel something other than freaking hate. Their hate for things make certain things funny, but they're not angry while they're watching the funny things. They're just using that angry energy to find pleasure.
Yeah.
So now he's looking at a woman who he can know something about because she's got stuff on her fingers.
He's had to use his memory again.
Yeah.
To remember.
There was a reason. He started those engines, and now there was a reason. What are we looking at? Nothing? Women always give a reason. For a dude. Boing.
Oh, it's just this.
Oh. Okay.
Next time I'll keep these up. I don't know.
Yeah, might as well have two visible.
Only get one.
You can only put one up? Jeebus Marebus. Okay, whatever. Well, don't click the thing that flashes, please. It's distracting.
My bad, wife.
Tough acting, distracting.
A narrow scarlet sash, emblem of the Junior Anti-Sex League, was wound several times around the waist of her overalls. just tightly enough to bring out the shapeliness of her hips.
Ooh.
She works in the anti-sex league and does something that makes her look sexy.
Yep.
Ooh.
They have to be like what she is kind of a Trojan horse or something.
Yeah.
Because she gets sexy with people, and now she's like, look, I have a tool that they gave me to. That's crazy. It's not crazy. It's butter.
Winston had disliked her from the very moment of seeing her.
Dang.
He knew the reason. It was because of the atmosphere of the hockey fields and the cold baths and community hikes and general clean-mindedness which she managed to carry about with her. He disliked nearly all women, and especially the young and pretty ones. It was always the women, and above all the young ones, who were the most bigoted and adherent to the party.
Oh, there's a lot of different kinds of hate there.
Yeah.
He hates her because she's sexy. Hates her because
she's pretty.
Well, there's two different things that he says: that she's adherent to the party.
Yeah.
And something else.
Because the atmosphere of the hockey fields and the cold bath and community hikes and general clean-mindedness which she managed to carry about with her.
What does the hockey fields have to do with anything?
The atmosphere of the hockey fields and cold baths and community hikes.
The things that those people do?
Maybe it's her. She's responsible for their atmosphere, and he doesn't like that. I'm not sure. Doesn't. What if we're not understanding, or if it just doesn't make sense?
No, I doubt that it doesn't make sense. I doubt it. So there's some sense to be had there. Well, we just have to have the sense. Maybe we're just too stupid.
We're too dumb. They were the most bigoted adherents of the party. The swallowers of
What does he mean by
slogans.
bigoted? Because that's a word thrown around freaking all the time. Does he mean like the most neutral sense of the word? Being, intolerant of something for some reason?
I think he's trying to find words to describe.
Is Winston trying to find the words to describe? Because he's not writing. He's just having thoughts. So maybe Orwell is writing differently to try to get into the mind of Winston and kind of show the chaos of it, or just show what he's noticing, or something.
It was always the women, and above all the young ones, who were the most bigoted adherents of the party, the swallowers of slogan, the amateur spies, and noser out of unorthodoxy.
Yeah, that sounds about right to the real world too. They always use young girls' weaknesses to point out weaknesses in other people so that they could be eliminated. The people could be eliminated, not the weakness.
But this particular girl gave him the impression of being more dangerous than most. Once they passed in the corridor, she had given him a quick, sidelong glance, which seemed to pierce right into him, and for a moment had him filled with black terror. So he doesn't like her because she looked at him once and it made him feel bad.
Feel bad? What's black terror?
Terrified. It's maybe like he was gonna die. Maybe it's like impending doom.
Why? What about that glance made him feel that way?
maybe reflected something of himself, something of the outside world.
Well, what's his environment like? That if you look at somebody funny, he said that her look was dangerous, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Can you read that part again for me real quick?
But this particular girl gave him the impression of being more dangerous than most.
She's dangerous because she dared to look at him. How often in this book do people get looked at?
Oh, probably not, because you don't want to attract attention. You don't want... If
Yeah.
someone's looking at you, you're doing something that is noticeable.
It's a window into someone to look in their eyes or whatever.
Big Brother's not watching you, but now you have someone else watching you. Oh.
Yeah.
Once when they passed in the corridor, she had given him a quick sidelong glance which seemed to pierce right into him, and for a moment had filled him with black terror. The idea had even crossed his mind that she might be an agent of the thought police. That
they all are agents of the thought police.
Yeah, when you're taught to notice thoughts and report thoughts.
It shows that Winston still thinks that people could not be agents of the thought police. That there are some people who don't rat on people, or right?
Yeah, otherwise he wouldn't have anything to compare it to. That, it was true, was very unlikely. Still, he continued to feel a peculiar uneasiness, which had fear mixed up in it, as well as hostility, whenever she was anywhere near him. The other person was a man named O'Brien.
She's putting him at risk by looking at him, but also she's got her hips going over there and he's looking a little bit.
She looked at him and he's looking at her.
Women, I don't know if this is what
that kind of seemed like the deal in Fight Club. When Marla shows up, is like her lie reflected my lie, and then I didn't get what I needed.
Mm-hmm. And she also turns into the penguin or whatever. She replaces the penguin at some point. He wants his space, but there's something that men and women give to each other, a force of energy that creates babies.
It's fun to do.
And it can be fun to do.
What a positive thing. The other person was a man named O'Brien, a member of the Inner Party, and a holder of some post so important and remote that Winston had only a dim idea of its nature. How did he know it was this guy? Is O'Brien famous? I wonder how he knew that he was a member of the Inner Party.
He's one of the wealthier ones, yeah. And also, he's got some man crush on him throughout the whole story. No, these are the first two other characters introduced.
Yeah.
That he interacts with. Besides just shadowy characters of the Thought Police or the Big Brother.
So maybe I missed it. Where are these two people? Where did O'Brien and the lady come from? At the records department, they were dragging the chairs, and then two people walked in. These people walked in. He was at his job, gathering for the 2 minutes. So Winston and the lady are
also setting up chairs,
or he set them up, and they're in his area for the 2 minutes. Hey.
Oh, sitting maybe next to either of them from his left and right.
That might be why it was unexpected to see them, because they're not. Why would anybody else be in that area, the records department?
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't think about that.
Wait, didn't think about what?
That, he just said he was surprised caught him off guard. Why did it catch him off guard?
Because it's a woman that it was something new. They always live in the same droll situation. And he's surprised because Julia gave him a look too, and normally people don't. I think O'Brien looks at Winston as well. He's always, like, he's part of the higher party, so he can control the eyes to make you believe that Big Brother is not Brotherhood.
Gotcha. A momentary hush passed over the group of people around the chairs when they saw the black overalls of an inner party member approaching. How did
because
he know?
He has different overalls.
So you could tell by the robe, just like she's got the sash.
Maybe all that stuff is meant to startle you, right? Why else would they be dressed differently?
Yeah.
Creepy.
O'Brien was a large, burly man with a thick neck and a coarse, humorous, brutal face. In spite of his formidable appearance, he had a certain charm of manner. He had a trick of resettling his spectacles on his nose, which was curiously disarming. In some indefinable way, curiously civilized. It was a gesture which, if anyone had still thought in such terms, might have recalled an 18th century nobleman offering his snuff box.
What is that? I still don't know. We watched Snuff Box.
I think it's a tobacco box for you share.
Oh. Okay.
But I could be wrong.
For pipes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Winston had been seen by O'Brien perhaps a dozen times in almost as many years. He felt deeply drawn to him, and not solely because he was intrigued by the contrast between O'Brien's urbane manner and his prize fighter's physique. Much more, it was because he secretly held beliefs, or perhaps not even a belief, merely a hope, that O'Brien's political orthodoxy was not perfect. And something
he wants, because his physicalness is different, he wants them to be different. Almost like movie stars, because Alicia Silverstone looks different than me. What are you looking at? That's so interesting.
I just caught some stuff changing over there.
Oh, there's like this alarmed look that you have that makes you want to panic and throw up and quit life. Especially when I'm talking, I don't know if I should shut up or not.
No.
Okay.
What's the, there's
I clicked something, that's all. Don't worry about it, ignore it, I'll talk about it later.
All good. Alright.
He wants O'Brien to be different. And he sees something that he admires in him, so he wants to also admire a truth in him. I can look that good and healthy, so I could defeat Big Brother.
Gives him hope.
Uh-huh.
If that guy could do it, I could do it.
Mm-hmm. That's probably why O'Brien looks the way he freaking does. Or that's why they have him look the way he does. Because O'Brien, spoiler, is at the end.
He is at the end. Something in his face suggested it irresistibly. And again, perhaps it was not even unorthodoxy that was written in his face, but simply intelligence. But at any rate, he had the appearance of being a person you could talk to, if somehow you could cheat the telescreen and get him alone. Winston had never made the smallest effort to verify this guess. Indeed, there was no way of doing so. At this moment, O'Brien glanced at his wristwatch, saw it was nearly 1100, and evidently decided to stay in the records department until the 2 minutes hate was over.
There's no way of doing so. There's no way of knowing what O'Brien is or isn't.
Well, I think he has. There's no way without the risk of death.
Well, there's no way without being observant. Can you observe without risk of death at all?
What?
I guess we don't know, but we shouldn't settle for the book's absolutes. It's just a thing to note. You know,
Yeah,
that again, he's like, there's no way.
Is it possible?
Because he'll know Julia's different.
Yeah. He took a chair in the same row as Winston, a couple places away. A small, sandy-haired woman who worked in the next cubicle to Winston was between them. The girl with dark hair was sitting immediately behind.
Oh, so there's two people he noticed first, but they're not necessarily on either side of him.
Yeah. So Julia's behind the girl with the dark hair. Immediately behind. Or immediately behind O'Brien.
Where's O'Brien?
O'Brien is 2 chairs away from him. There's a girl with the sandy hair between him and O'Brien.
Oh, so it's like he sees what he wants to see, almost.
Maybe.
Why wouldn't he just be talking about the things that were in front of him?
Well, I guess maybe because they're new and different, he focused on it. So I guess.
So he knows everybody else around him?
I think he does that. I think he notices, like, he saw Julia before. Like, I know her, she's got a spanner. I tried to assume that because she had a spanner, he's trying to read people, and I think.
You said that Julia and O'Brien were more noticeable because they were new. He saw the other people before, didn't you?
Yeah, when I was talking about early before they came in with this, we learned that their clothes are what identified them. It wasn't that they were new.
So he noticed them because of their clothes.
I think so.
And he noticed them coming in because of their clothes and their... So, okay. So he's not just looking at things in front of him.
Yeah.
He's looking at the things that get his attention.
Yeah. I think they pose a threat to him. She's dangerous. He's an inner party member.
But he didn't say anything about O'Brien being dangerous. He didn't give that off at all. He just said, oh, look, he's so handsome, and his overalls are nice, he's smart.
He's got a brutal face.
What does that mean? Can it mean two things? Can it mean more than what you're about to say?
Most likely.
Okay. So are there any other indications that he's scared of O'Brien and not just enamored by him?
Well, he hates adherents of the party. That's why he hates Julia.
Did he say he hated O'Brien? He said a lot of...
No, he didn't say...
He said he hated Julia, right?
Yeah.
Did he say he hated O'Brien?
No.
He's capable of saying, I hate this person because he did already.
Okay, yeah, so I guess I shouldn't read that he doesn't like O'Brien. He's definitely has some enamoredness to it for sure.
Yeah.
I'll keep that in mind. I'll be more open about it. I would just more likes him because he could have used the words of, "I don't like him." The next moment, a hideous, grinding screech, as of some monstrous machine running without oil, burst from the big telescreen at the other end of the room.
So they don't even use a projector like the movies do? It's like bad? It works poorly?
Yeah. Oh man. Imposing, I bet. A big telescreen coming out makes terrible noise. It was a noise that set one's teeth on edge and bristled the hair on the back of one's neck. The hate had started.
Oh, the hate. Hi.
We're still on chapter 1. It's the very beginning. Winston is remembering an event that became clear when he started first writing in his diary.
The 2-minute hate has begun. And it happened right when the projector happened, and it was loud and it was screeching, imposing again on the self.
Yeah, the outside that
we've been ignoring that part, I think, a little bit.
The noise gave a physical reaction to him. So that's the outside imposing on the inside.
And I think we'll come to see that the woman is the thing. There's a lot of Julia versus O'Brien for the heart of Winston, and he has almost no choice but to go in her direction, and they go in a good direction. Yeah.
As usual, the face of Emmanuel Goldstein, the enemy of the people, had flashed onto the screen.
Jewish Spanish.
There were hisses here and there among the audience. The little sandy-haired woman gave a squeak of mingled fear and disgust. Goldstein was the renegade and black slider who once, long ago, how long ago nobody quite remembered, had been one of the leading figures of the party, almost on a level with Big Brother himself. And then he engaged in counter-revolutionary activities and had been condemned to death, and had mysteriously escaped and disappeared. The program of the 2 minutes hate varied from day to day, but there was none in which Goldstein was not the principal figure.
Wait, what varied day to day?
The program of what happened in the 2 minutes hate.
Oh, so the story always changes. So, check this. I don't know. Does the chaos of it just having, and this is bad about Goldstein, and this is bad about Goldstein, it probably adds Demi Moore Goldstein in people's lives.
Kind of makes me think of like Dudley Do-Right and Snidely. Like, he's the bad guy in every single thing.
Yeah. Where's the good guy? It's just Big Brother, though. They just all this hate. What do you do when you hate Big Brother? Bang, 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 and then it's over. I think. We'll get to that part, though.
He was the primal traitor, the earliest defiler of the party's purity. All subsequent crimes against the party, all treacheries, acts of sabotage, heresies, deviations, sprang directly out of his teaching. Somewhere or other, he was still alive and hatching his conspiracies.
To do what?
To go against the party.
Doing what?
I don't think it says.
What is the purity of the party? I want to hear a little bit of that beginning again, because there's this weird direction shift.
He was the primal traitor. The number one, the earliest defiler of the party's purity. all subsequent crimes against the party, all treacheries, acts of sabotage, heresies, deviations, sprang directly out of his teaching.
Deviations. Okay.
So somewhere or other he was still alive and hatching his conspiracies. Perhaps somewhere beyond the sea, under the protection of his foreign paymasters. Perhaps even, so is occasionally rumored, in some hiding place in Oceania itself.
It kind of sounds like every enemy that's ever been newscasted ever.
Yeah, controlled opposition.
It's hard. You notice how I'm blah, 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 blah about everything, but as soon as, like, everything is bad about Goldstein, it's like, well, what is opposition? And it could just be, we're used to two powers saying, I deserve to be the bigger power, and I have the bigger power, and I can control you to make me the bigger power. But now it's just whatever. Everybody hate this person for this reason. It's fine. It's so confused. It's controlled opposition. That's fine.
Yeah, Big Brother, brotherhood. Slap.
And it's an unending one. You could just keep pumping that crap in until you almost close yourself off to anything else but your hate for this thing.
Yeah.
And since you can't control your hate, or you can't control your anger unless you try to control your anger, what if somebody sat at the 2-minute hate and didn't get angry? They'd be like, what is wrong with you?
That's a deviation, and that's the thing of Goldstein.
Can't even not be angry.
Winston's diaphragm was constricted. He could never see the face of Goldstein without a painful mixture of emotions.
Wow.
It was a lean, Jewish face, with great fuzzy areola of white hair and a small goatee beard.
I think where does the happiness, what happiness does Big Brother give? It's only the smoking and the drinking, right? And the laughing at the body parts.
The relief, yeah. There's a little bit of, they also make you miserable, but they provide a relief.
Same goes for now. Everything is a relief. Yeah, that's why I was talking about the controlling happiness. I wanted to
I didn't
think
see
about
what it said, wife.
Oh.
So as long as you saw.
Familiar with... Sorry, I got bad eyesight these days. Familiar with the first actors all creating stage names from the... What does that say?
The Stein lineage.
All create... So they were... Oh, well... Are you saying that happened in Orwell's time? Is that something that he's bringing from fact into his fiction? I mean, there was even that Jewess. There's like a lot of look at this hate for these whoozy what's is this
yeah, must have
look at these victims, but also hate them, but also don't hate them. There's like this weird separation with Orwell. It's hate them or they are hate, and it turns into that, and maybe that's what he thought, that all of this stuff that he saw at the BBC was to get people to hate eventually, because he couldn't imagine somebody getting pawned off as a victim and everybody feeling sorry to the point of getting paid for getting, I don't know. That's something we'd have to ask Orwell, or have a thought about him.
Tommy, get the time machine. Let's go.
Was George Orwell aware of the families that controlled lots of things throughout time?
Steinsbergs and the like.
Is that his 2-minute hate? He made the enemy in his book.
The enemy that he saw in front of him?
The enemy that he saw in front of him?
Okay, so he's got.
I didn't know it was infamous. I didn't know Orwell was. This will. It will all relate to. So much so that people, we're more reading it to say, hey, look, what do we got to look at these things we got to do something instead, so that we can get away from this, cause this happened. 100 years ago, is it almost? It's not the 20,000,
80 years ago or something.
80 years ago or something. But it's been happening for, hundreds of years, thousands of years since the beginning of time. And there's all this accumulated data that now this book happens still in our past, and we're in a present where we can see the similarities and differences and go, maybe there's a new strategy we got to take, because bada bing bada boom, this is Winston, right?
Yeah.
And Winston is represented by a little circle, and his worlds we can track. He exists on the inside of himself, and he exists on the outside of himself, just like we do. And we can watch his process of thought and action and the reaction to all of the things around him to kind of see also what we do to construct ourselves with inside and outside. To
see what we have and to see what is taken or influenced, at least.
Yeah, to see what we have and to see what is constraining us from being able. Sorry, it's hard to say words. And there's like the dog farted or something. The influence that people have, especially with this hate stuff with Winston, it constricts him from being able to open himself to control because it's so heavy. However, our prison at the moment that looks like this is imaginary. Everything that we get controlled with from the government or we can all do our own thinking to replace their thinking, and it's almost as easy as that.
And if we do that, then their power goes
away. Their money is fake, their intentions are fake, their authority is fake. If every police in the world smartened the hell up, we wouldn't have people against us. And maybe we could be smarter than them, so we just convert them to our side.
Alright. Let's see. A clever face, and yet somehow inherently despicable.
I want to read Alice in Wonderland again. I read it when I was younger, and I think it was a little too stupid to see the things. What is it called? Through the Looking Glass or something? I think we have a copy of it. Maybe after Orwell.
We got done with chapter 1. Like, let's go into a new book.
Yeah.
How inherently despicable, with a kind of senile silliness in the long, thin nose, near the end of which a pair of spectacles was perched. It resembled the face of a sheep, and the voice, too, had a sheep-like quality. Goldstein was delivering his usual venomous attack upon the doctrines of the party.
The big brother is the lamb in this situation?
Yeah, an attack so exaggerated and perverse that a child should have been able to see through it, and yet just plausible enough to fill one with an alarmed feeling that other people, less level-headed than oneself, might be taken in by it. He was abusing Big Brother. He was denouncing the dictatorship of the party. He was demanding the immediate conclusion of peace with Eurasia. He was advocating freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, freedom of thought. He was crying hysterically that the revolution had been betrayed, and that all this in rapid polysyllabic speech, which was sort of parody of the habitual style of the orders of the party.
That happens if I use words that people don't understand. They get angry, like, "Oh, you're not even making any sense right now." It's all the same crap.
So like you're using big words.
Mm-hmm.
So
I got to use actually to replace information, you see, and then agree with them.
So Goldstein, through the character, is portraying. So everybody, when they watch the 2 Minutes of Hate, are being exposed to the things that defeat the party.
He's basically Jesus. Also with the lamb symbology.
Yeah, that's weird.
Because he's not saying war, he's saying peace, and people are saying boo. They just they reverse polarities.
And even contain newspeak words. More newspeak words, indeed, than any party member would normally use in real life.
Doesn't that says something to me? Because there's a lot of times, like Anne Frank or something, or something that people say is from the past, but when it's interpreted, the words get shifted, like all the versions of the Bible or something, and they're like, this is what the Bible, there's so many mistranslations and distranslations and retranslations that when you put new words to old people, you lose the sense of what they were trying to say.
They're different shapes. They're different things.
Mm-hmm. And I like that he was observant that now all of a sudden the newspeak words. So he's got to be out there and he's got to be learning. He's still speaking the language of the party. He's still trying to communicate with Big Brother and the people in Big Brother, allegedly. But when you are separated from people, you end up not speaking the same language. So it's kind of like, hey, well, obviously Big Brother's the spoiler alert. They're the bad guy.
And all the while, lest one should be in any doubt as to the reality which Goldstein's specious claptrap covered, behind his head on the telescreen there marched the endless columns of the Eurasian army.
What do you mean? They were not spoken. Newspeak can be a larger picture. They have that Esperanto where they're trying to get. It's a United Nations of speaking language.
Isn't that what that uwu thing is or something?
Well, everybody's what?
I thought you showed
one
me.
Is like government controlled, and one is like a bunch of weebs or something.
Oh, I thought that uwu in the Esperanto meant something. It was one of the.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think they did. I remember we looked up uwu or something, and that was Esperanto.
You're the one who taught me. I don't know shit about Esperanto other than the things that you tell me.
You could look it up.
I could, but I'm hanging out with you all the time.
The United Nations tries to use it as nobody has spoken it though. They all still have those translators. It's not like it works at all. Their language is, when government defines language, the feeling is gone.
What's it saying over there, wife?
The term conspiracy theory was created by the CIA. Regardless of if it was, it's still an opposite thing that we shouldn't do. Never learn how to know how things are untrue and know how to treat those things until they become more true. If somebody wants to tell me that Bigfoot exists, but they don't have any evidence that I can relate to from in my inside world and my outside world based on the past and the present, then there's no reason for me to keep listening to the anecdotal stuff. It's just wasting time. But conspiracies can be,
they're usually based on some sort of observation of,
everything is based on observation. But the thing about conspiracy theories is we would say that regardless of if the CIA made it. You know? The problem is this 2-minute hate, this turning what is good into what is bad is miscommunication, not even controlled by anybody else. We can do it ourselves, we can control it ourselves, and we can let it be controlled by someone else. That's our decision. So if the CIA did it, then screw them. You know, we can still do stuff beyond understanding words as what we're told. We don't have to do that.
Yeah, we're going to make the choice. Row after row of solid-looking men with expressionless Asiatic faces who swam up to the surface of the screen and vanished, to be replaced by others exactly similar. The dull, rhythmic tramp of the soldiers' boots formed the background to Goldstein's bleeding voice. Before the hate had proceeded for 30 seconds, uncontrollable exclamations of rage were breaking out from half of the people in the room.
They're already throwing chairs. He just showed up with his mustache.
Riled up instantly. The self-satisfied sheep-like face on the screen and the terrifying power of the Eurasian army behind it were too much to be borne. Besides, the sight or even the thought of Goldstein produced fear and anger automatically. He was an object of hatred, more constant than either Eurasia or East Asia, since Oceania was at war with one of these powers. It was generally at peace with the other.
Thank you for speaking to us, by the way.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm probably all crazed up because I'm nervous and I can't get my words straight within the time frame that people expect them, and it's driving me into a hole of despair.
I think you're doing a nice job of explaining things clearly.
You have sex with me, so you would say that.
You're right. I am a little biased. But what was strange was that although Goldstein was hated and despised by everybody, although every day and 1,000 times a day on platforms, on telescreens, on newspapers and books, his theories were refuted, smashed, ridiculed, held up to the general gaze for the pitiful rubbish that they were.
Oh, he said relax, we're enjoying the book. Or chillin'. We chillin'. I hope so.
That's cool. What a way to be out chilling, reading something terrifying. At least it's stimulating. We could be watching The Real Housewives. Blah, blah, blah.
There's a lot to learn from them, but at a point, it's like I've seen it before. You're just a bunch of cackling banshees. And you have the same problems and you're not trying to resolve them. I can tell you exactly how to resolve your problems, but you would have to not be angry and listen. And those banshees wouldn't do that shit. Bitch, you can't tell me.
They were held up to the gaze for the pitiful rubbish that they were. In spite of all this, his influence never seemed to grow less.
What would it be?
Got it, wife. Always there were fresh dupes waiting to be seduced by him. A day never passed when spies and saboteurs acting under his direction were not unmasked by the thought police. He was the commander of a vast shadowy army, an underground network of conspirators dedicated to overthrow the state. The Brotherhood, its name was supposed to be. There were also whispered stories of a terrible book, a compendium of all the heresies of which Goldstein was the author, and which circulated clandestinely here and there. Eurasia, Europe to Asia. Yeah, got it. Makes sense. It was a book without a title. People referred to it, if at all, simply as the book. But one knew of such things only through vague rumors. Neither the Brotherhood nor the book was a subject that any ordinary party member would mention if there was a way of avoiding it. Probably thinking about it brings up something you don't want to be noticed for. You always want to... yeah, very, very much like the Bible. In its second minute, the hate rose to a frenzy. People were leaping up and down in their places and shouting at the tops of their voices in an effort to drown out the maddening, bleeding voice that came from the screen. The little sandy-haired woman had turned bright pink, and her mouth was opening and shutting like that of a landed fish. Even O'Brien's heavy face was flushed. He was sitting very straight in his chair, his powerful chest swelling and quivering as though he were standing up to the assault of a wave.
The Bible, it does kind of sound like the New World Order sometimes.
They talked about Goldstein's manifesto, referred to the book.
As a Bible, or just as a manifesto?
Just kind of as there was also whispered stories of a terrible book, a compendium of all the heresies of which Goldstein was the author, and which circulated clandestinely here and
How
there.
does George Orwell feel about the Bible? I wonder. Is that an opinion that he put about the Bible in there? Because Christianity is Jewish.
The dark-haired girl behind Winston began crying out, "Swine! Swine! Swine!" And suddenly she picked up a heavy Newspeak dictionary and flung it at the screen. It struck Goldstein's nose and bounced off. The voice continued inexorably. In a lucid moment, Winston found that he was shouting with the others and kicking his heel violently against the rung of his chair.
The heel or from the foot that hurts him?
Maybe.
Maybe that's why he has that problem.
Yeah, he just keeps hurting himself over and over.
That's why he could walk better when he starts making out with Julia instead of hating. Maybe.
Going from love to hate, feeling better.
Going in a positive direction. The sure sign that there is a positive and negative direction into the future is the love between a man and a woman. The desire a man has for a woman and what a woman could give to a man if he wasn't such a dick.
She chucked the book and hit Goldstein right in the nose on the screen. She's like the instigator at the
maybe
the Jerry Springer
so
thing.
that he's like, I'm riled up with you. Maybe people hate being enslaved by Big Brother, and they're enslaved because they have to be protected by this enemy.
He says that the people were leaping up and down in their places and shouting at the tops of their voices in an effort to drown out the maddening, bleeding voice that came from the screen. So
Of the la 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 la
of
la.
all the things, be free speech, all this good stuff, and they're like, no!
Sounds familiar?
Wife. The horrible thing about the 2
Nose
minutes...
symbolism. We gotta look out for nose symbolism. You did say
He's
she
the
threw it.
Jew, and he smoked him right in the nose.
That's racism in action. Twitter, wherever we're streaming. We're talking about racism. You can't take me down. Yeah, right. What am I, Dr. Derek? How come you don't let me bully easier?
This is rigged. The horrible thing about the 2 minutes hate was not that one was obliged to act a part, but that it was impossible to avoid joining in.
Even if there was a whole bunch of races, even if we did have like different genetics, we're all doing it together now anyway, so it doesn't matter. If we can make babies with each other without problems, and then that's fine.
Yeah.
We're not like a donkey making a baby with a cat or something.
It's the people part. It's not the outside part that's wrong. It's the people, the past and the present.
We're all the same humans because we all share the same ability to understand that same inside and outside world. We both share an inside and an outside world.
We don't share that with a dog.
No, she doesn't. It's very small, and she doesn't remember things very well, and she's not human.
Within 30 seconds, any pretense was already unnecessary. A hideous ecstasy of fear and vindictiveness. I know that. A desire to kill, to torture, to smash faces in with a sledgehammer.
What do you mean you know about that? Man. With anger to express.
Be angry enough to just be the most vindictive.
You have a relationship with that?
Yeah.
It kind of...
very hurtful personal relationship with that.
That is a shape that you can watch someone in that environment in the real life, right? Somebody just trying to disagree with you so much that they spin around, right?
Yeah.
That's where you get to see the shape of the self. That's how you see that this shape that we're in, that we have now is something that can go into a tailspin because there is a positive and a negative, a good and a bad. What's the opposite of that shape? Another shape.
So it seemed to flow through the whole group of people like an electric current, turning one even against one's will into a grimacing, screaming lunatic. And yet the rage that one felt was an abstract, undirected emotion which could be switched from one object to another like the flame of a blow lamp.
Eurasians are like the Russians, right? That would be where that is. Europe, Asian kind of.
He was saying it's Europe to Asia. So
I thought that was a Eurasian.
Hold on.
Eurasia is one of the sectors.
Eurasia and East Asia.
Oh, geez. Eurasia is probably just all of
We found that
Oceania.
map once.
Yeah, but it was just a generalized one. I don't think Orwell made it or anything. They're like just an indication.
Thus, at one moment, Winston's hatred was not turned against Goldstein at all, but on the contrary, against Big Brother, the party, and the thought police.
Ooh, he still has that hope inside of him, that self-determination that he knows who the enemy is. And if it's Goldstein because of Big Brother or Big Brother because of Goldstein, they're both one and the same anyway. They're the same freaking enemy, and he knows it.
And he's maybe he's
But he's still using that anger, just like the politics today. They're all using their anger against blue versus red to fuel the blue versus red feud. And it's not the way to live. It's not the way. Being angry isn't gonna be good.
You got to do something with the anger. At least that's what you're always telling me.
Because if you don't do something with your anger will be dealt with by someone else or used in their favor.
And at such moments, his heart went out to the lonely, derided heretic on the screen, sole guardian of truth and sanity in the world of lies. And yet, the very next instant...
Thank you. I was reading the thing, responding, sorry. You keep reading. I'm having a conversation.
Cool. And yet, the very next instant, he was at one with the people about him, and all that was said of Goldstein seemed to him be true.
Well, hold on for a second. I'm sorry. Let me see what your name is. The More? Is it? Does that say The More?
Yeah, the more.
The More.
76.
76. World of Lies is not defeatable by a single entity that is grouped by their... It has to be everyone.
You gotta value the truth above all else.
And since there's not anybody who values lies more than I do, I know their value more than, and I try not to... We're kind of like the last respite for no lies, I think. But it's because we decided to fight the lies while we had the space to do it. We don't let the people present and the people past influence us as much as our reasoning with it and our desire to love each other, because our love gets in the way of their goals, because their goals get in the way of our love.
Yeah, I want to work at home. I have my own stuff. I don't want, because I want to spend my time loving you. I don't want that commute. I don't want...
Why would you even want that job? Yeah. Why is it that we have to get jobs to pay someone else for? Who gave the real estate agents the land? Why does it have to be controlled by other people through anger and fear when it could all be controlled by anyone who uses reason? Anyone who uses reason can dole out things to people and give them enough space in their own hearts and minds to flourish. Not everybody has to be in control of everything, and we can all get along as long as we stop hating for the government, for politics. We can see that is the problem, because that is what is going on right now. It's all political nonsense instead of the truth.
At those moments, his secret loathing of Big Brother changed into adoration, and Big Brother seemed to tower up, an invincible, fearless protector, standing like a rock against the hordes of Asia and Goldstein, in spite of his isolation, his helplessness, and the doubt that hung about his very existence. Seemed like some sinister enchanter, capable, by the mere power of his voice, of wrecking the structure of civilization.
Because words have power. Those powers that they think they're blocking from Goldstein by going la 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 la, fuck you, is the same power that the individual can have to say, I'm gonna do something different because I see that Big Brother is making me hate something that might be good for me. Big Brother's coming.
Bring it on, I guess.
What are we gonna do?
Not lay down. It was even possible at moments to switch one's hatred this way or that by a voluntary act. You said that to me.
Can you
recently.
say that one more time?
It was even possible at moments to switch one's hatred this way or that way by a voluntary act.
By choosing instead of having the party choose for you.
Suddenly, by the sort of violent effort with which one wrenches one's head away from the pillow in a nightmare, Winston succeeded in transferring his hatred from the face on the screen to the dark-haired girl behind him.
Oh, great.
Vivid, beautiful hallucinations flashed through his mind. He would flog her to death with a rubber truncheon. He would tie her naked to a stake and shoot her full of arrows like Saint Sebastian.
Why? Because he can't diddle her, probably, or I can't get any pussy.
I can't get any pussy.
She's one of the people that he probably, I would imagine, wants her because they mention the sash around the waist so that he can see her figure, and she's young, but he can't enjoy that because she's part of the problem. So is he. He's erasing the truth. He's just as much a victim and a perpetrator as anyone else.
He wants to get away from Big Brother, but he also wants this lady because of sexy stuff.
And she's near Big Brother.
She is into the thing that he hates.
Yeah.
And he wants it, so like I have to want the thing I hate, and it drives him crazy.
The power of media, though, is our power as well. In 1984, there's a lot of physical... Yeah, use whatever you want. There's a lot of physical restriction because there's a fear that they're going to be found out. With the media, it's happening. People, oh, you believe this? The news tells me this, so you're a bad person. However, we still have the opportunity to not believe it.
Yeah, to understand the people present and the people.
Yeah, to understand, we have the opportunity better than we ever have before to understand the lies and to say them and to make sure that we don't live them like Winston has to live them. He has to work at the Ministry of Truth. She has to work as the sex police. She was indoctrinated as a child. But we don't have to do those things. There's lots of those things that we can start tearing at, like not getting Netflix. If we don't believe in this, then we don't do this. If we hate things, let's not hate watch that stuff. And there's a different dialogue that happens in the brain that's not capable really for Winston. He's holding on to it. And we're letting go of it.
The stuff we learn when we cut out certain stuff in our life, we cut out the Netflix, cut out fast food, cut out things that we thought were bad. Man, the time in our life opened up crazily that we then filled with other stuff.
And then time got faster.
Yeah.
We wanted to just sit and watch movies so we can hold hands and cuddle and stuff, and time would slow down, but there's so much stuff to do that eventually that becomes a burden. But maybe we don't have to slow down time. Maybe we just have to speed up with time, and we'll never die.
Boom.
Unless somebody shoots us.
We just gotta go faster than bullets.
Like Neo.
He would ravish her and cut her throat at the moment of climax.
Oh, geez. So he wants to... I can understand that.
Bring her up to drop her the most.
Yeah. He wants to suck all of the joy out of her.
All of it. All of it. To the max, to the bottom. He wants it all.
That's disturbing. And it's so relatable. I was gonna say, we take what we see on TV and act upon it. We don't have to. That is not a thing that is not written in stone. Yeah.
That's a free will choice that we can.
It was at one point not as much free will, but now that the media has opened all this people present and people past, all the YouTube videos that tell you all the things that happened in the past and had all these opinions and blah, 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 blah. All of that information that we get from the news or from the videos that show the past, we can act upon it in the future by first reasoning with it. Instead of saying, I know this happened, start collecting data and say, why is this being said to me? And we have that choice.
better than before. Moreover, he realized why it was that he hated her. He hated her because she was young and pretty and sexless.
When War of the Worlds happened on the radio, they were not as observant as us. They were busy vacuuming. The radio was just on. People didn't catch the beginning. They would just come into the middle, or they weren't paying attention and go, well, what the hell's going on? There's aliens? We don't have to be like that now because we learned how people try to manipulate or how they try to tell stories. So we don't have to do the same thing as the people in the past. We don't have to have that mass panic. We can learn better if it wasn't for the anger and the fear. Oh, look at the kitten. Kitty cam. You're an attractive boy. Everybody would love you.
Because the kitty's laying in my crotch.
Okay, well, it'll be the kitty cam when he's somewhere else.
He hated her because she was young and pretty and sexless. Because he wanted to go to bed with her and would never do so. Because
can't get me pussy.
Can't. Winston, almost the incel. Because round her sweet supple waist, which seemed to ask you to encircle it with your arms, there was only the odious scarlet sash, aggressive symbol of chastity.
Oh, can't touch this.
Oh, it's not time for sex. The hate rose to its climax. The voice of Goldstein had become an actual sheep's bleat. Just a bunch of people in the theater. Bleh, bleh.
It's like representing the innocence of trying to fight for truth instead of fighting for Big Brother. Big Brother has the power and you don't. Don't you want to be part of the power?
Yeah. And for an instant, the face changed into that of a sheep. And then the sheep face melted into the figure of a Eurasian soldier who seemed to be advancing. Huge and terrible, his submachine gun roaring and seeming to spring out of the surface of the screen, so that some of the people in the front row actually flinched backwards in their seats.
A lot of actualities in this paragraph.
But in the same moment, drawing a deep sigh of relief from everybody, the hostile figure melted into the face of Big Brother. Black-haired, black-mustachioed, full of power and mysterious calm, and so vast that it almost filled up the screen. Nobody heard what Big Brother was saying. It was merely a few words of encouragement, the sort of words that are uttered in the din of battle, not distinguishable individually, but restoring confidence by the fact that they were being spoken. And then the face of Big Brother faded away again.
So we don't know really what was being said by the Big Brother, if even there was anything being said.
Then the face of Big Brother faded away again, and instead the three slogans of the party stood out in bold capitals. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength.
It's like a spell. It's just like what people do now. K-pop, friggin' doctors. It's all a spell. You're in fear of being alone. You're in fear of dying. I have the remedy, and it's whatever I say it is, even if it's the opposite of what is true.
I can avoid all... If you lop this body part off, you'll feel better. I'm telling you it's true.
Actually.
But the face of Big Brother seemed to persist for several seconds on the screen, as though the impact that it had made everyone's eyeballs on everyone's eyeballs were too vivid to wear off immediately. The little sandy-haired woman had flung herself forward over the back of the chair in front of her, with a tremulous murmur that sounded like, "My savior!" She extended her arms towards the screen.
It's an orgasm too, almost like, and also like those religious people who speak in.
Yeah,
they get like
they're
exercised
feeling,
or something.
Then she buried her face in her hands. It was apparent that she was uttering a prayer. At this moment, the entire group of people broke into a deep, slow, rhythmic chant of B, 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 B. Over and over again, slowly, with a long pause between the first B and the second, a heavy, murmurous sound, somehow curiously savage, in the background of which one seemed to hear the stamp of naked feet and the throbbing of tom-toms.
So, what do you think we do about it the more? He says, we will know our job is done when everything the public believes is false. What do we do? It's easy to know what's true and false. They could potentially never win as long as people snap the hell out of it. You know?
Stop accepting lies.
We start from somewhere, and it has to start now, and there's always going to be someone who, like Winston, who doesn't believe the hype. And the more there are people who also don't believe the hype, and they communicate, all these flat earthers, all these reptilian, they always fight about their own belief, and then they blame the CIA, or they talk about the conspiracy theories. They're in that same 2-minute hate nonsense, when the other direction is learn the truth, go, hold on,
and communicate it effectively. You gotta use the words.
It has, like when Winston was writing the words down, it starts with saying the different words. Instead of saying the CIA is doing this, what can we do that is the opposite of what they want? And it starts by communication.
And that in turn reflects what the CIA is doing. So when you see it, we're not lie, we're not killing people.
Yeah, if they say that everybody should believe in false things, say the true things. Maybe it wasn't the CIA. Maybe it was an FBI quote. Maybe it was the Mossad. Maybe they started it. Maybe it was the Canadians.
Ooh.
Who knows?
Saint Germain, really.
Saint Germain. Ugh. The liest of the lies.
For perhaps as much as 30 seconds, they kept it up. It was a refrain that was
Wait. To each their own. Everyone has their own path. So, are you saying that the CIA giving us or allowing people or wanting us to know bad information to believe lies and lie about the truth, they should continue that? Most people cannot handle the truth. What evidence do you have the earth is flat? Time for an experiment. Because we're talking about 1984. This is where you're given a bunch of information to lead you to believe in false things. Who's happy? There's a lot of what makes flat earth true? Is really all the information. Once there's a question, it's got to be answered, because the rest is just anecdotal. And then we're in a 1984 situation. Unless you're being what is that? Contrary,
facetious.
Facetious.
It was a refrain that was often heard in moments of overwhelming emotion. Partly it was a sort of hymn to the wisdom and majesty of Big Brother. But still more, it was the act of self-hypnosis, a deliberate drowning of consciousness by means of rhythmic noise. Winston's entrails seemed to grow cold.
A contradiction does not necessarily mean that the contradiction is the truth. I'm saying what makes flat Earth true, as opposed to the Earth being round. What evidence is there? Evidence that somebody says something different is not evidence.
In the 2 minutes hate, he could not help sharing in the general delirium. But
the Earth makes flat Earth true. What about the Earth makes flat Earth true?
But the subhuman chanting of B, B, B always filled him with horror. Of course he chanted with the rest. It was impossible to do otherwise. To disassemble your feelings, to control your face, to do what everyone else was doing, was an instinctive reaction.
All observations of the Earth confirm it's flat. That's what he says. What are those observations? Can you put them into words? The experiments for... Hold on. That is a simple way to measure. But what about energy? How does energy influence the flatness of the Earth? Right? Because measurement is also the degrees of temperature, is a degree of an angle, is the measurement of two people in their hearts together. There's a measurement of how voltage and ampage, or what is it? Voltage and amperage?
Voltage and amperage.
Voltage and amperage. Energy has an effect on everything. What about energy doesn't influence the world? What does it have to do with then, if not energy? Somebody just created a flat shape?
If there's gravity, where does the gravity go?
The gravity thing, let's not get into the gravity thing until we get to the simpler things, because then we go off into chaos when energy has nothing to do with shape. When we...
Energy, potential, and kinetic. Those are what can define shapes.
That's... Okay, you use the science. However, let's talk about observation.
Okay.
Somebody spinning dough in their hand, like a pizza, and making a pizza. How does that affect... How is that... No. That is energy that a person puts into something to spin it from a central place. And the only forces that define the shape is that spinning, because wherever we exist, somehow something that is a shape stays that shape. Gravity doesn't crush things because we're not crushed. Reality is the Earth measured? How far do I have to see in order to see the circumference? It's not seeing the circumference of the Earth. It's seeing what's in front of you and understanding how it relates to everything. We can use energy in small places to watch how that energy interacts with the outside world. The energy is used differently in the Earth because it's a smaller... Okay. It's, I love you, miss you, one piece.
That's big.
Who, where, when has the curvature of the... This is what I'm saying, that if it was observation, they say their observations and you say your observations, there has to be a way to observe each other's observations. And one of the most important things to do is to find the contradictions. But things like this are hard and made me cry, talking about the serious nature of these lies, how people can die for beliefs. and murder for them. Listen, there's a lot of people who believe in flat Earth that get very angry if they are forced to come to reason with someone. Even when there's not arguing, there's a certain way that communication works. There is what we can relate to and what we just hear the opinion of. You know what I mean? World record, straight line. I think that's a view of the world that's a little... Okay, let's say it like this. Archimedes, if you read his work, I think it's Archimedes, he surmised the circumference of the Earth at whatever point he was at by witnessing the sun move and watch the curvature of shadow. If you're comfortable, can you see maybe how your comfortability with what you know may be the comfortability that people in 1984 are comfortable with? He's been in it so long that he forgot his past. If we let things like the time we spent not learning to convince ourselves to not see a different perspective because we didn't take the perspective before, it's like, are we just feeding the lies? How do you measure truth? Of course. Okay, I might be stuck in 1984. So let's figure out, right? Should we come to a conclusion? Should we find where the truth exists? Or should there be not doing that? You know what I mean? There is a way to find truth. I asked for what information shows, and this 2,000-year-old theory, you can do it tomorrow or today, depending on what side of the earth you live on. You can watch the curvature of the sun on the earth via shadows. You know? So what does flat Earth say that is contrary to that? What is the thing that you observe that says the Earth is flat? Of course, shadows have to do with a light source. So what about the light source tells you that the Earth is flat? Then there's not understanding how energy works. It takes a lot of energy to get up in the air, so it takes a lot of energy to make a sun, and it takes a lot of, there are things that exist on a scale of energy. Nothing above us tells us what we stand on. Does the Earth not exist with the rest of the universe? Or does the Earth exist with the rest of the universe? Or is it separate from the universe? Does it not have to... Is it not controlled by the same absolutes as the rest of the universe? because we can see the rotation of things based on lights and shadows in space with a telescope. We don't have to be it's reflections. How do you know who you are without the people around you that you interact with? They make you who you are. And also we can measure that there is no space between one end of that and the other. Someone can circumnavigate the Earth and not find ice caves and stuff, or whatever they say are on the... What happens then? We learn by observing all of the things around us that create a pattern without contradiction. So it's not just observing where we are on the Earth, it's also observing what happens in the sky and taking that metadata and trying to find what connects it all instead of what separates it. Let what separates it come from trying to look for the pattern. Many lies in the topic of flat Earth for sure. So how do we differentiate? There has to be a system of finding out the truth, right? If finding out the truth simply comes from other people telling you things. Oh, thank you. We have milk right here. Our proof doesn't come from just reiterating what somebody has told us and going, that makes sense. We have to observe it ourselves. We have to act ourselves. And there are ways to do that. If people found this information by observing and measuring the Earth, then there's a way you can do that. You are not separate from them. Look for something we can prove. And what happens if there are contradictions to that proof? Then it's not science, you know? Peanut butter and jelly sandwich for dinner. I'm a YouTuber. I'm saying I observed. I'm saying me. The things... Do you see the thing I have on the... If you believe that you don't have the capacity to learn, then there is a serious problem. You exist in two worlds at the same time. They are both influenced by people. The information you learn in the present and the information you learn in the past. We come to a point where we can say something from the past is either true or not true. And then we can do the same measurements that they did. And the more we do that, even if we don't understand, if you don't have a conclusive 1 + 1 is 2, then move on and keep doing that same just wanting information. Not... The sandwich, I'm really hungry, is distracting my words. I'm sorry. I'm gonna take one more bite. Oh. We learn just like everybody else's from the beginning of time has learned. The difference is we have all that information that we can retain from them. We can find the contradictions in that and experiment there. there's no reason to look for new things that contradict old things until we look at the old things and say, what is wrong with that? Kind of like the point is to gain your own freedom, and you don't gain your freedom from other people's jargon. It's finding out that information yourself. That's what Winston is doing. He touched the paper, he likes the paper, he explores his mind.
He learns angles to avoid being seen.
He learned about angles to avoid being seen. Math exists in the outside world. It's not in freaking college or on a YouTube channel. However, there are things to think about. You can see anybody's words and say, is that true? Let me do the thing. How does this make sense? How does this not make sense?
To dissemble your feelings, to control your face, to do what everyone else was doing, was an instinctive reaction. But there was a space of a couple seconds during which the expression in his eyes might conceivably have betrayed him. And it was exactly at this moment that the significant thing happened, if indeed it did happen. Momentarily, he caught O'Brien's eye. O'Brien had stood up. He had taken off his spectacles and was in the act of resettling them on his nose with his characteristic gesture. But there was a fraction of a second when their eyes met. For as long as it took to happen, Winston knew. Yes, he knew that O'Brien was thinking the same thing as himself. An unmistakable message had passed.
Do you think the CIA goes around talking about how the CIA says this and that and then tries to spread flat earth stuff? Because it's like, I don't understand where people...
It seemed like if the CIA is saying anything about it, it's a distraction.
Mm-hmm. But if somebody says something about the CIA saying it, is it just a distraction?
Yes.
If the CIA is distracting, the CIA is distracting.
If it was the Illuminati, if it was a bunch of monkeys in the jungle, it don't...
If you're not talking about the truth, you're talking about all the other stuff. And if you're saying what the CIA does without preventing what the CIA does, then you're letting the CIA win.
Your words of truth are the only thing that battles the lies. You're not going to battle...
It can't be... You can't battle lies with someone else's truth. It has to come from the self. It has to
come from
to a
understanding.
Bibbidi bobbidi, that's how we get... I don't even know how that's how we make our insides and our outside selves more powerful. And we have a more positive spin.
And then the influence of the people present and the people past is less upon you. So no matter what anybody says, you don't get influence on
yeah,
them.
you don't have to
you can
discern
measure your own stuff. You are more powerful. The apocalypse can happen and you're taken care of because you can observe and you can find
But everybody's
truth.
looking for answers, so that when you say you have an answer, they just, if I don't agree with it, then it's not the truth. It's, you take what I say and do it yourself.
Yeah.
It's hard to just write down things and know it to be write down what you believe in something and then look for contradictions. There's so many contradictions, you'd probably have to just sit with someone and go and break down every single contradiction into its simplest shenanigans.
It was though their two minds had opened and their thoughts were flowing from one into the other through their eyes. I am with you, O'Brien seemed to be saying to him. I know precisely what you're feeling. I know all about your contempt, your hatred, your disgust.
controlled opposition, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who is the first person being opposed? Isn't it the self? If there's opposition and controlled opposition, the only person left is you. And if it's other people, you got to make sure by doing a different thing than the opposition and controlled opposition.
Yeah, you got to do something else. If there's somebody fighting in the desert, somebody fighting in the trees, you got to go fight in the swamp or something so you can see the difference.
But it's all fighting.
Just that's a bad example because it is fighting.
It is a bad example.
But
I don't know what the hell
the three things. There are two sides doing, so you got to do something different.
Yeah, completely different. If you're fighting, you're still fighting. It's okay.
I know all about your contempt, your hatred.
Why would you remove yourself? The self is the most important thing. There is so a spoon. I could put a spoon in my hand right now if I wanted. I think that whole life isn't real is a way to control you so that you have everything you want from your past and your present and you don't think about the future.
And no, it's programmed. You're falling in for the things that.
Yeah, and it's so mainstream. We're talking no mainstream that there is a spoon. How many people says that there is a spoon? And we have proof. You just have to stick around and hear about it.
Yeah, none. But don't worry, I am on your side. And then the flash of intelligence was gone, and O'Brien's face was inscrutable as everyone else's.
There is an authority and exists in the universe. We, as humans, are different than anything that has ever existed before because we have the free will to think we don't exist. We have the free will to think whatever the heck we want. But often we don't measure it by the outside world. So when it comes to authority, there's a difference between the order of man and the order of the universe. At some point, people needed to stop people from taking more things than other people wanted them to have. With free will, we can find a way to exist together and benefit from each other, as opposed to fighting wars. But it first takes not giving to the opposition or the controlled opposition. Being something different because we are something different. So after some time of circulation between one person saying, I have the choice not to do something that would, let me see how to say this. I don't need to be told to not kill my husband if he doesn't give me a reason to kill him. What is a reason to kill him? That is where self-control comes in, where an understanding of family, an understanding of moving towards each other, an understanding of wanting what's best for each other can accumulate from two people to everyone. I want everyone to be well because I don't want any unwell people to negatively affect me or my children. A paradigm is not really a paradigm, is a false choice. A paradigm, I'm not sure what people mean by paradigm. There are, by dipoles, two polar things that exist with each other. A paradigm is a thing, I think, that can't exist because of the laws of the universe. Like the grandfather paradigm, where you can't we think we
Can't go back in
can't
time
go
and
back
kill
in
you.
time, and because you wouldn't exist. How much power would that take? Another thing to do with energy. We can see what energy controls by knowing what we can't control with energy. Nuclear power plants, freaking, rocket ships that only get to the upper atmosphere. It's mind-boggling how we don't see how insignificant we are, but how significant we could be if we made the decision to just freaking see it like that for a little bit and keep kneading it in the dough.
And people were going to fail. But you learn from the failures and you try again.
Mm-hmm. And it all falls under the laws of the universe and absolutely not under the laws of man, because the laws of man come from the past. They are stupid and useless, and as soon as people smarten up, because they have the free will to smarten up, we don't have to have them anymore. We don't have to control each other. We can understand each other. We won't have bad thoughts because we won't want them. Bad thoughts, just like in 1984, are to try to help yourself survive the badness around you. Reduce the badness around you.
If Winston's not being hurt by the party, he's not thinking about killing and fucking Julia to death.
Mm-hmm. He didn't think about
there's no reason
destroying Julia, or he didn't think about destroying his wife. It was a blasé thing. He wasn't attracted to her. He's attracted. There's a passion that anger fuels. It's being used by Big Brother here. He could be using it to love Julia. Passion is passion.
And you can, and anger is very telling. You can tell where contradictions exist when anger shows up.
Because people can't control their anger, or they decide they haven't done the work to try to control their anger.
I get pissed off all too often.
But eventually, it can be controlled. You got to go through a cycle, because that pressure of the people in the present and the people in the past is overwhelming in a way that can't be seen unless you let go of some of that anger so you can see instead of let it fuel you. You can't see the fuel if it's burning. It's burnt. You used it.
Yeah. That was all, and he was already uncertain whether it had happened. Such incidents never had any sequel. All they did was keep alive in him the brief or hope that others besides himself were the enemies of the party. Perhaps the rumors of vast underground conspiracies were true after all. Perhaps the Brotherhood really existed. It was impossible, in spite of the endless arrests and confessions and executions, to be sure that the Brotherhood was not simply a myth.
Not sure, but he said there has to be. So his beliefs are also kind of part of the laws of the universe, because he wants hope. He wants to know that not everybody has succumbed, that I'm alive for no reason.
Some days he believed in it, some days not. There was no evidence, only fleeting glimpses that might mean anything or nothing. Snatches of overheard conversations, faint scribbles on lavatory walls. Once, even, two strangers met. A small movement of the hands, which had looked through it, might be a signal of recognition. It was all guesswork. Very likely he had imagined everything. He had gone back to his cubicle without looking at O'Brien again. The idea of following up their momentary contact hardly crossed his mind. It would have been inconceivably dangerous, even if he had known how to set about doing it.
He puts his hopes in O'Brien and puts his anger in Julia. Reverse polarities.
Yeah, and you should be believing in the lady you love and not believing in the people who fucking hurt the shit out of you.
Not for nothing, but women weren't the ones that started wars. For some reason, nature dictated that men would have to defend the things because they had to survive. But now it's not time to survive anymore, it's time to thrive.
Time to use our tools for something different. For a second, 2 seconds, they had exchanged an equivocal glance, and that was the end of the story. But even that was a memorable event, and locked loneliness which one had to live. Winston roused himself and sat up straighter. He let out a belch. The gin was rising from his stomach. His eyes refocused on the page. He discovered that while he sat helplessly musing, he had also been writing, as though by automatic action.
Oh, he's still writing in his book what happened at the 2-minute hate happened before. Okay.
And remembering it. He was remembering, and now he's like, oh shit, I'm writing too. Just like he was doing the thing and he started stomping his feet. It was no longer the same cramped, awkward handwriting as before. His pen had slid voluptuously over the smooth paper, printing in large, neat capitals, down with Big Brother, down with Big Brother, down with Big Brother, down with Big Brother, down with Big Brother. Over and over again, filling half a page.
Have you ever noticed yourself trying to get your emotions out and them just coming out like that?
Yeah.
Other times in like school or something? Sometimes when I'm writing and I'm trying to walk my way to the reason of things, my brain only wants to do that. Fuck this, fuck that, this sucks. And I feel like that's kind of like what everybody does, and they don't even care what sucks anymore. They just... everything sucks.
I was in a computer class once, and I'd been doing computer stuff for a long time, and this computer class was like super basic. Like, this is a mouse, this is a keyboard.
I think you're being too low with the music.
This is a mouse, this is a keyboard. Very introductory, and I was a more advanced user.
Mm-hmm.
The teacher put out all the work the very first day. It's like, if you can do this, then you have the rest of the time. This is what we're going to cover in this class. Like, what is a program? So I was done in the first day. Mm-hmm. Like, I filled out everything. I'm like, well, now it's just a fuck around time.
Yeah.
So I spent every day with this Mormon that I was friends with.
Mm-hmm.
And we would write why this class sucked. We would these Macs, and we would have
Repetition is also how people find results to things. You have to observe things many times to know what it is, and to be able to speak a language that describes what it is.
You need at least 2 data points to make a line.
And that repetition is not necessarily why. That doesn't make any sense. You can put yourself in another direction. There's mania where people go, why, right? When you tell me, help me understand, tell me what to do, but then I won't do it. That's the kind of mania that exists. But science is also repetitious. It's every day, all the time. Eventually, it's everything you do is just the repetition of
finding the truth.
Uh-huh. So you were in a computer class, and you were too advanced for.
So
you handed in the work.
We would write why we hated the class in the text to speech.
I feel like the CIA is learning from me right now. Are you the CIA the more?
Do you happen to glow?
Why is the most familiar of this state for the most why God wide is the most familiar of this state? And it's a bad thing to be. It's people don't go somewhere else. Then there's plenty of places to go. So if they're spending their time doing that and not doing something else, then that's their own free stupidity, I guess. You were sorry, again. What did you say in this thing? Were you like writing curse words and stuff?
Yeah, like
drawing penises on your homework?
Yeah, so like this text-to-speech thing is like the teacher like, oh, this is a keyboard, and then like, this is a keyboard. You jam it up your asshole. like not expressing is just like, I don't.
But you are expressing your anger. It's just.
But I'm not coming up with the words.
Yeah.
It's just coming out. Down with Big Brother. Like, this class is fucking stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And for every day, for a whole quarter, me and this guy would write who knows how much with this text-to-speak thing. So every day...
Suck my balls.
Because this text-to-speech thing starts at the beginning of class, and by the end of class, it's like it's still going. So we just run this program of just the text-to-speech of how we fucking hate things and how they're stupid.
That's pretty cool.
It gets longer and longer. Just this
it was like your own declaration
negative.
of independence, except you were just expressing anger in an angry way instead of a way that would be able to change
saying,
things.
Listen,
but could
I am not challenged by this class. Can you please let me do something else?
What's even school to those people? You know, they're like, well, school is just me giving you whatever everybody else has, so deal with it. Yeah. And then it's like, now what? Well, that's how you face the enemy. That's how you learn the enemy, by challenging the enemy without being completely defeated by the enemy. So you learn its weakness. You probably could have had her giving you hand jobs, but in schools is a perfect place for this behavior. Teachers do this for punishment. People are going in the wrong direction. Everything that they're doing is in the wrong direction. School is the state. So
a place for learning has punishment? What?
Yeah, if a place for learning has punishment, then it's doing it wrong, and it doesn't. All the nuances of what school does. Time to get angry about it. Time to take your kids out of school. Time to learn yourself.
So you can teach your kids.
So you can teach your kids. Go outside and play with grass. Study the different kinds of grass or something. Who knows? But they put people in this Big Brother system, this law of man, where you have to get a paycheck so you can buy a house, so you can this and da-da-da-da-da, because they didn't know how to do it any other way, because our system is based on the past. And the past was conquer everything. And now it's like, oh, I'll slowly drip down some shekels to you. But it's not supposed to be that way. We can do something different now. We can talk about something different now, like perhaps money should be backed by time as a currency instead of, there's a way to do it. There's Bitcoins, there's NFTs. That's all fake nonsense. That's all just time and energy anyway. So time and energy equals money equals this stupid picture that won't have any value when nobody cares about it. Time is forever. That time could be given to...
Things that waste your time are the enemy.
Mm-hmm.
He cannot help feeling a twinge of panic. It was absurd, since the writings of those particular words was not more dangerous than the initial act of opening the diary. But for a moment, he was tempted to tear out the spoiled pages and abandon the enterprise altogether. But he did not do so, however, because he knew that it was useless. Whether he wrote Down with Big Brother or whether he refrained from writing it made
directional
no difference.
Language. He had the up, and he has Down with Big Brother, Down with Big Brother. So he knows what's up and what's down. That directional language shows a cognizance of the outside world. How you prove other things, because you know there is an up and you know there is a down, and that's a start. And up was good. He was laughing when the arm was up in the air, up. And this was more angry. And they're the two things that he wrote in his book.
Patterns. Whether he went on with the diet or whether he did not go on with it made no difference. The thought police would get him just the same. He had committed. He would still have committed, even if he had never set pen to paper.
Don't back down.
The line was crossed.
He brought the inside to the outside. Don't back down or you lose your inside and you'll lose more outside.
The essential crime that contained all others in itself. Thought crime, they called it. Thought crime was not a thing that could be concealed forever. You might dodge successfully for a while, even for years, but sooner or later they were bound to get you. It was always night. The arrests invariably happened at night. The sudden jerk out of sleep, the rough hand shaking your shoulder, the lights glaring in your eyes, the ring of hard faces around the bed. In the vast majority of cases, there was no trial, no reports of arrest.
Is that kind of like Twitter when somebody sends something on the tweeters and then they go to sleep and wake up and everybody's like, you're a bigot, racist, blah, blah, blah.
Kinda.
It's the thought police. It's the virtual thought police.
No, that's social justice.
Yeah, social justice is flat earth is big brother. That's what I always say. Right, Robin Williams?
That's how that's the way the cookie crumbles, really.
That's the way the cookie crumbles. Inside jokes.
Yeah. People simply disappeared, always during the night. Your name was removed from registers. Every record of everything you had done was wiped out. Your one-time existence was denied and then forgotten. You were abolished.
People could just be denied.
Vaporized was the usual word.
I deny your existence and replace your existence with my own existence. With Big Brother's existence.
I'm a furry now.
Ugh. I'm the dirty diaper baby now.
Oh, man. That guy's got problems.
They all do. If you wear diapers, man, you have problems. But it's the same...
Running away from hurt.
It's running away from hurt. Running away from trying to find reason. Because people can't find the reason, they can't understand why the Earth would be round. They can't understand how to understand themselves. Nobody's ever understood themselves, really. Well, Descartes, Plato were the ones that understood themselves the most. And it killed them.
Vaporized.
They were vaporized. They weren't vaporized.
No, vaporized was the usual word.
He said enterprise, too. You noticed that? He was like, he thought about stopping the Enterprise and then vaporize is weird.
For a moment, he was seized by a kind of hysteria. He began writing in a hurried, untidy scrawl. They'll shoot me. I don't care. They'll shoot me. Shoot me in the back of the neck. I don't care. Down with Big Brother. They always shoot you in the back of the neck. I don't care. Down with Big Brother. He sat back in his chair.
You know who that sounds like? That chick that I was following on Twitter who's like, and then Alicia Keys told me to go F myself, but my boyfriend, you know.
But I'll fight you in court, and I never did that. And sometimes the toast.
I'm a real estate agent. It's sad, but when you don't have the language, when you don't use the language to reason, you end up believing bad things. It's wrong think.
Wrong think. He sat back in his chair, slightly ashamed of himself, and laid down his pen. Sounds like sex.
Oh, yeah, like he just masturbated and...
With his mind.
With his mind.
The next moment, he started violently. There was a knocking at the door.
He started violently?
S-T-A-R-T-E-D. Started.
Oh, okay.
There was a knocking at the door. Already! He sat still as a mouse, in the futile hope that whoever it was might go away after a single attempt. But no. The knocking was repeated. The worst thing of all would be the delay. His heart was thumping like a drum, but his face, from long habit, was probably expressionless. He got up and moved heavily towards the door. That's the end of part 1.
Probably heavily, because he's got no reason to answer the door. It's always bad news. What good news could come from having the door knocked upon? We're on chapter 2?
We're on part 2 of chapter 1.
Dang. Well, we have been at this for a while. Maybe we should call it quits.
I think so. I think
we're not quitting. We're coming back and reading more.
Yeah, we'll definitely do more.
Tom, do more.
Oh.
What are you looking
Or
at?
maybe it is chapter 2. It starts with 1. I'm gonna look at the table of contents. How to do this?
That's a pretty thick book. Considering there's no fluff pages, there's not like extra blank pages or a big page for chapter 2.
I guess this is chapter 2.
Cool. We have completed chapter 1. Are we the better for it?
I think so. I learned.
I got sad.
Look at that stuff.
Yeah, all my craziness. It's not craziness, it just takes some time to understand.
Text context.
And it takes people curious about it too, because if I'm just writing stuff down, communication is 2 ways. People have learned one form of communication and they just allow all their favorite people to just a taste.
Yeah,
How
just
many-
a taste. I'm trying to find out how many chapters we got in here. It's the appendix.
We'll be reading that though. That is not 6 chapters.
Yeah, there's some.
Oop, I just saw. Hold on. There's no separate pages for the chapters, so. Right there.
There's a 3.
Oh, that's just a Roman numeral. Damn it.
So maybe we are on part 2. Yeah, okay. So there's 3 chapters, and we're in chapter 1, part 2.
And there's 3 chapters. Okay. And they're, what, like roughly 100 pages each?
See, chapter 2 starts on page 100.
What storyboard? Are you talking about the drawing on the screen? This is just the first part, and I barely wrote anything. It's not so much a storyboard, but we're trying to measure Winston's free will in his mind and outside of his mind versus the pressure that's exerted on him from the past and from the present.
It can helps me see where I can be controlled. Because if Winston can be controlled by it, I can be controlled by it. So I gotta learn to
Yeah,
fight it.
This is Winston's in particular, but this, I believe, this by diagram can reveal the shape of anyone, the energy that they exert, and how it affects their free will. How their free will is affected by it, depending on, what shape they are. So, bada bing, bada boom. We can, I think it would be... What should we do next time in terms of the Microsoft Paint thing?
I think we're gonna play around and find a different program.
Oh, okay. So I'll just rewrite some of those things, and maybe they'll be...
We can take that and if we use OneNote, it'll fit right in OneNote and be the very beginning, and we can go
Draw around it?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure if I understand what you're saying by draw around it.
Yeah. We'll see. Yeah. So it's kind of a story, but it's all the things in the story that exert pressure on the outside world and the inside world. Pretty cool. What are you looking at?
The stuff on the screen.
Oh.
The minutes of hate and the bland buildings. The lift's broken.
Oh, yeah. Maybe we should we talk about some of this? I thought we were going to stop, but we kept stopping anyway. So, if the center represents Winston as an individual existing in his world, in the time and space he's existing in, because he physically exists there and he physically has... He's an individual, he has a self He's human. He's just like you and me. He exerts pressure for Big Brother by working for them, though he has no choice. He has his own individuality because he can understand and interpret his anger. That his anger isn't for Goldstein, and it's not even for Julia. It's for Big Brother as a whole. So when someone is being controlled because all of these inside things, he has physical pain. That's not something that necessarily Big Brother gave him. It's inside of himself, and it comes out in different ways. It becomes distractions that prevent him from writing in his book. We know he suffers because he wrote down with Big Brother, because he wants to do the things. I thought that was a cigarette. He wants to do the things that he wants to do, and they're not unreasonable. I think he wants to feel the book. We know he wants the book because he's writing in the book, because he dared buy the book. We can see his influences and understand his actions and reactions. And we can also see how all of himself is being suffocated. There's video watching him. There's police watching him. There's the news on the screen in his ear all the time. It's made him be wrong about things. There's posters everywhere. That's the kind of like pressure that we have as well. I mean, even just commercials. There's so many little jingles that we remember in our minds that take up space in our freaking brains.
Yeah, I don't ever remember being asked to remember ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
And unless you're on Jeopardy, sometimes it's freaking a question.
Yeah.
Alex Trebek.
Trivia. You dead mustachioed know-it-all.
It's only because he had the answers on the card.
He's got the cards the whole time.
There's a lot of effect on him that puts him in a tailspin of chaos. Because he can't have the space, potentially, the space for the inside to be able to understand roughly is all this space. All of this can be ours instead of being Big Brother's. And all we would have to know is what is in terms of the present and what is in terms of the past, and how humans affect that. Not just God is good because someone told me a bunch of years ago. Let's witness it on the outside. They're part of the problem why people think that they shouldn't have to. Religion is so powerful, you don't observe what goes on for you, so I don't have to observe what goes on for me. You found your logic, I'm going to find my logic the same way, but call it something different. That's controlled opposition. You're being your own controlled opposition. Interesting when it comes to these things. Consciousness. I think there is a science to consciousness. There's an energy to consciousness that as soon as we stop watching commercials so that they fill our minds with jingles, we have more room and more time for Trevor Moore things. Directional language. And
I am delighted. I'm delighted to bring this up again. That all this stuff all has to do with the self. And people are worried about AI. People don't understand themselves, so how are they going to program something about intelligence?
They can only program what they think they know. But this is how would you say it? How would I say it? It's new saying words to people besides husband. So everything that we can observe is divided into 4 pieces. Everything that is, was, could be, all of the things are divided into 4 sections. We have the self in the center, which is a different thing. But what the self is influenced by are 4 things.
The things that shape what it is.
Yeah, the thing that... thank you. The things that shape the self and gives the self sentience. 4 things. It's the self having outside interactions. It's the outside being interacted with by the self. There's the inside thoughts and the things that come into the inside thoughts. There's how the inside thoughts become outside thoughts or outside actions. There's the past we exist in that define where we are now, but don't have to. We could just understand and know right now it's just badges. Everybody wears badges and flags to represent something in the past. You're gonna go on forever. Pretty soon it'll just be Oceania or whatever, the flag of Big Brother.
I know my great granny got holocausted. I need reparations.
It's something bad happened to someone I knew, so now I want to be able to do something bad to someone else. Or something bad happened to me, I want to be able to do something bad to someone else. But it feeds this system of energy that rotates us through time.
Doing the same thing is not going to prevent the same thing from happening again.
Studies are light experiment, double silk, delayed. Is that like the what the F do we know? WTF do we know with that blind? No, deaf girl. When it comes to water and light, I don't really know how we would. We were talking about the sails before, right? The heaviness of water versus the lightness of air. And if those forces had the same strength, then ships would just be ripped apart.
The interesting bit of science with that, the depth charges. You know, that ships used to shoot out to blow up submarines in the World Wars.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens underwater is there's an explosion. The explosion is forcing things from a center point outwards at great velocity. So it's pushing all the water out of the way. So the only thing left there is a vacuum.
Dang.
And a submarine cannot support itself. It's not structurally strong to support itself in anything but water.
Oh,
so
jeez.
They use that against them, and so the explosion itself is not what hurts
does it
a submarine.
Depressurize the submarine, or like pushes it inward?
Its own weight crumples it and rips itself to
shreds. Is that only in deep water, or is that any amount of water?
It's in deeper water. There's got to be enough of the vessel underwater for the buoyancy to be counteracted.
Okay.
From my understanding.
Well, that's war, using people's weaknesses against them. It's not. War is also using your weaknesses against your enemy and telling them that they owe you something because you have a mental disorder. All it is negative and positive, regardless of how you use it. Way she goes.
Yeah.
Well, should we, I don't know, eat something or?
All right. This was fun. I enjoyed myself. I think I learned.
Yeah, and if you're interested, I'm trying to develop the words. Words are very hard, but I'm trying and I'm working towards it. I know it to be true because I observed it, and it just takes people seeing it to question it with the contradictions. Poke holes in it with reason. But if you're interested, please come back more. That's the moray. And come hypothesize with me about the science of human being and ask questions if you want, or things of that nature. Thank you. What do we have? Is there a thing we can put on Kick?
I think there is.
That like a schedule thing?
Yeah, I think we work on a schedule, and you can always follow and get a notification when we decide to come on.
Oh, yeah.
So.
And also we have tweets that go out. And sometimes we say funny things. Sometimes we make funny memes. Nobody appreciates them because nobody gets to see them because we're probably blocked from the internet. Elon Musk hates me. I'm Elon Musk's worst freaking enemy. I just have to be powerful enough to take him down.
Well, thank you for following. We appreciate that. And we appreciate all the feedback today. That's exactly what we need to move forward.
Yeah. Let's keep having conversations about stuff. Let's keep finding out how to find out about reason. We don't have notifications? Oh, because like Kick probably does. I don't know. It's a beta.
Oh, we'll figure it out.
What a beta. Definitely this weekend I think would be a good time. Okay. Thank you everybody else too.
Yes, everybody was watching who showed up. Appreciate it. Hope it made some sort of sense. If not, I hope you at least enjoyed reading the book.
Come argue.
Bit.
Come argue with us. That'd be cool. Okay, bye. Thank you.